So, the last time I painted Warcaster, I was not yet oil painting. Do I have music? Is it just very quiet? It appears to be just very quiet. There it is. There it is. Thank you so much, Pretzel. It's so weird having nothing. Just nothing. Just my voice. It's so very off-putting. Folks, how are we doing today? I hope everybody had a good week. I hope everybody is having a fairly relaxing Sunday. As I said, last time I painted Warcaster, I was not yet oil painting. Which has given me some consternation, because I really like Warcaster. I really like the models. I think they've done a fantastic job with, they have like a really great visual style. It's, you know, it's a sci-fi continuation of War Machine, essentially, and they've done a really good job with it. Oh my god. Oh my god, hang on. Hang on a second. I really like the game. I like the gameplay. The gameplay of Warcaster is fucking phenomenal. And I painted a large portion of my Eternus Continuum. I did it all in acrylics, and I have this issue in my brain case where I'm like, I started painting them in acrylics. I have to do the whole army in the same acrylics. I think I'm letting go of that. Because the more I work with oils, the more I want to work with oils. They have opened up so many possibilities. They have rendered so many techniques so much more accessible. They have punched up the vibrancy and the saturation of all the colors that I use to a huge degree. They're cheaper. Like, there are a lot of advantages to oil painting, and I'm realizing them more and more the more I practice with it. To the point that I said I was going to do these Forge Fathers. I was going to do, like, let's do speed paints and then oils. I tried that off stream, and the conclusion I came to was I spend less time just starting and then finishing in oils than I do starting with speed paints and then switching to oils. So I'm like, maybe we just oil paint them, eh? It's honestly kind of just as simple. I guess it's not as simple. It does require a little bit more practice to know what you're doing. I wouldn't say that you could, like, if you know how to speed paint, you could do the oil paint, but once you're at even a mild level of proficiency with oil painting, it's just as fast. So that's what we're going to be doing with them over the course of the week. By the way, Desert Owl, 6 months, I don't know where the time goes, into some fourth dimensional space, some horrific black hole where all of our time goes never to return. I'm pretty sure that's where most of my time goes. It certainly doesn't get spent on doing productive things. It gets spent staring at Reddit, scrolling listlessly up and down for like 6 hours at a time. It's great. I'm a really professional, well-composed, adult, mature human being, and not a fucking wreck at all. Project Dark Fox, thank you. 27, holy shit! Where does the time go indeed? Project Dark Fox, thank you so much for your support. Desert Owl, it is always wonderful to have you here, and thank you again for your subscription. Forgot wrong, welcome in, Shiny Mew. Merlin, models, good to see you. To Square Cookie Mama. Holy moly, Project Dark Fox is jamming down the Reese's, apparently, which, how can you blame them? Reese's are delicious. Data Nerd, DFW Dwegham. We got all the cool kids in today. There's Mr. Square Peg. There's Mr. Square Peg. He's always slipping in there at the beginning. Achilles Rain, how you doing today? So, I think I just finally said, fuck it. And here's the thing, too, is the Privateer press models are all metal. And let me ask you guys if this is something that you would find helpful. Because I know, believe me, I know it's got to get really old hearing me go through the bullshit orbit of, I want to do YouTube stuff, and then I do some other bullshit, and then I do some sculpting, and nothing comes out on YouTube, and blah, 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 blah. But I'm keeping that in my head as, like, I want to work that into my flow. And the longer this goes on, the more subscribers we get, the better, the more terrain I release through Steel Warrior Studios, the more financially justifiable it is for me to spend increasing amounts of time creating content. And not just that, but paying for software to make it easier for me to create content, paying for hardware to enable the rendering of videos, and so like it's a whole thing. And I know I mentioned this before, but I find it easier to record things when I'm, like, already doing them. I guess that makes sense. That seems really obvious when I say it out loud. L Fire Spray, welcome in. Thank you so much for stopping in. Could we get a shout out for both L Fire Spray and for Skellabee? Skellabee, it is wonderful to see you. And I'm circling a topic here, and that topic is model preparation. Now, I've been experimenting a lot with metal model preparation somewhat lately because I paint Warcaster and because Warcaster's almost all in metal. And I mean, to this, I don't think metal models are going away. As much as Siocast is ramping up, as much as all these wonderful materials are available, to some degree we're always going to have metal models because they're really cheap, not as cheap as they used to be, but fairly cheap, really easy to produce in a setting like in your garage, for instance, which is why you see so much of it. Like, it's super low overhead to get into producing metal models, and you can reproduce models with some really, really fine sculpted details. So there are advantages to metal. And again, I'm just circling this topic, but what about a small YouTube film series on, like, I'm talking modeling basics. I'm talking shit that I do every single time I start a project. I'm sitting there working the other day thinking, I could just set up a camera. I could just record myself doing these tasks and then pull video from them and edit them together into something like a tutorial for things that I do every single time I do a modeling project. And I'm talking like, what material are you working with? Okay, you're working with, like starting with model preparation. Okay, model preparation for styrene, model preparation for resin, model preparation for, oh my god, Project Dark Fox. I'm sorry. Take care of yourself, man. I hope the storm isn't too bad. Model preparation for PVC, and like the differences between removing mold lines on styrene and removing mold lines on PVC. It's not the kind of thing that would occur to you until you've had to do it. How to wash, prepare, treat, prime metal models, because that's one of the most significant things, is the preparation of metal. And then go through into, like we got model prep, we got building and conversion, we've got priming, we've got basic steps of paint, like just real simple stuff. The kind of thing that might be interesting to you, like if you've never been in the hobby before. If you really are like, I have this thing here and I don't know what people do with it. What do I need? What tools do I need? Do I have to wash this? I see that question so much, and that's kind of why I'm thinking about it. I see the question so much, do I need to wash this? I've answered that question so many times. Maybe it's worth just making a couple of videos where I can go like, oh, you're working with metal? Go check this out. I guess my question to you is, does that seem worthwhile? Does it seem like something you'd be interested in? Because it's real basic stuff, but it's also probably a good place for me to kind of cut my teeth on some video editing, if that makes sense. The square's into it. Well, I'm glad to hear that. Setting up your plate, prepping paints, differences between all the different sorts of paints. Yeah, that's kind of the stuff I'm thinking of. Like, not how do you necessarily, and who knows what down the line. Not necessarily how do you do this technique, but like, what the hell is any of this? What is an acrylic paint? How does it work? What do I need to know before I put something down? Stuff like that. And that's what I'm saying, starting with, like, model preparation. Here's your model, here's the material it's made of, what do you need to do to paint this thing? Attaching models to bases, the different styles of base that are available, what to expect out of them. I would say cutting techniques is probably a good one, because, like, cutting into PVC is fundamentally different from cutting into styrene, is fundamentally different from cutting into metal. How to drill, how to pin. And again, this is because, like, I do this shit constantly. Why don't I just record some of it? Like, I don't have to set up anything special to do it. I just have to record one of any number of instances where I do it for myself. And again, it kind of occurs to me because I've been doing a lot of focus on metal model preparation lately, and I've finally come up with a method that I'm actually really happy with. And it's also hobby shorts. There you go. Yeah, just keep it real concise. I'm talking like a 5-minute video. Because I fucking hate long videos. I hate hobby videos like, hey guys, how's it going? Make sure you check out my Patreon. Doobity-doobity-doo. And I'm like, how far in does he start talking about what the fuck I want to know? Because I looked up your video because I'm doing something, and I'm like, how do I do this? How do I do this? I type the question into YouTube, it pops up, I click on the video, and 15 minutes in, he starts talking about the task. I'm like, just fucking tell me how to do it. That's the style of video that I'm thinking of trying out. The difference between a wash, a paint wash, overlay, yeah. And we could also debunk some shit with a video like that too, because there are a lot of words thrown around in the hobby that are just like unnecessary jargon. Like a lot of these words are interchangeable between like wash and glaze and filter, and people act like they're these completely distinct entities when they're not. A lot of paint companies name their things wacky things, and they would in fact go by more common phrases that they don't use because they're non-proprietary. I don't think a lot of people getting into the hobby realize how proprietary a lot of phrasing is. Maybe we could do with breaking some of that down too. You know, gray mail, and I would touch on that too, because you can use craft paints for models. You can use craft paints for models. We have people in this very chat who have used craft paints on models and done a perfectly fine job, but you should know the weaknesses of it before you go into it. But I'm a believer that you should do whatever the fuck you want when it comes to art and the hobby. But you should do it with your eyes open. You should do it knowing the strengths, the weaknesses, what you need to look out for, what things you're simply not going to be able to overcome. And you know, just I guess opening the door a little wider. I'm trying to think of things that's like shit that I wish people had told me when I first got started. All the hard lessons that I've had to learn, all the way down to like how to use an X-Acto blade to cut effectively without slashing yourself open. You know? How to use needle files. Why should you? What's a needle file? Should I own some? I mean, probably, yeah. And Skelebi, I still use craft paints for terrain painting. For terrain painting, I got my trusty tubes of US Art Supply. This shit sucks. And it's great for painting terrain. God, am I just like extra ugly today? I don't know what's going on with me. I'm looking at myself on the camera like, ooh. Oh God. I might have to use the metal model painting thing though, as and this is something I haven't heard a lot, but we should start telling people this more pun expected. I know that you particular, you tend to paint like 3D printed busts. So you're working on resin a lot of the time. Dude, oil paint on metal models is the shit. I've done one. And that's part of the reason that I'm now completely abandoning acrylics for painting Warcaster and doing all oils on my metals, is because if you use an etching metal primer to start with on your metal figure, clean it, soak it in vinegar, etching metal primer, regular Stynylrez primer, oil paint. You can have a metal model with those 5 steps. Now, admittedly, it's more steps than you might want to do, but, you know, it's a metal model. You can have a layer of paint that's fucking nearly indestructible. Oil paints are so much more durable than acrylics, and if you give them a good grip. Yeah, an etching primer. You can use a few different styles. Pun expected. There is this one, which I quite like, from Mr. Hobby, called Mr. Metal Primer. It comes in both a spray and a brush-on form, this one here. You can actually dip with it, too. You decant this into, like, a dipping thing, you can just dip a model right in it. This has a slight etching, an acidic property to it. You can also use a spray primer with etching properties, and I kind of want to compare and contrast a few of these. But what it does is it actually etches the surface of the metal. It has an acidic component that just very slightly etches into the surface, and it gives it that extra tooth. Just like white vinegar works just fine, Skelebi. It's the same thing. It's probably a little bit overkill, but the vinegar pulls out a lot of the moisture, and it also has a very, very slight roughing property to it when it sits on the metal surface for a little while. And you could probably cut that step out entirely. That's just like me being over thorough. And yeah, you do the etching primer, you do a regular primer over that, you do oil paint over that, and it's like you have metal models that you can handle freely without worrying about rubbing paint off a corner, like has happened to me on so many figures. And now I'm looking back at the metal figures I did for my Eternus Continuum, like, should I strip them? I'm not going to strip them. I'm not going to strip and repaint them. But I didn't paint my Marcher worlds yet, and those are probably going to get the full etching and then oil treatment for maximum durability. Practicing oils on my MCP terrain so I can paint my Warma hordes. There you go, Achilles. When we're done, fucking everybody's going to be oil painting. Everybody's going to be oil painting. They're not going to be buying that scale 75 bullshit. We're going right to it. We're going right to the artist oils. We're going to Gamblin'. We're going to Williamsburg. We're taking it to the streets. Use a lot of my jewelry tools to clean stuff up. Have you ever looked at using jewelry pins for attaching minis to bases? I haven't that I know of. I've used, like seamstresses pins. Like sewing pins. I'm usually further left. Am I really? Is it like that? Did I knock my camera? It's entirely possible I knocked my camera around. Yeah, that looks more like the angle, doesn't it? There we go. There we go. Whack-a-Man hitting that 2-month streak. Oh my god. Thank you so much for the subscription, Whack-a-Man. Oops, I just bought a ton of Pro Acryl. You know what? Skelebi, don't feel bad. Pro Acryl's fucking fantastic paint. And you can still use it for, like, don't just start oil painting because it's in vogue. Like, if you're gonna do it, buy a starter set, try it out, see if you like it. It's not gonna be for everybody. There's still a reason to use acrylics. Rookie numbers. Jewelry pins come in bundles of over 300 for around $1.50. Damn, that's not bad. What is their diameter? I wonder. Yeah, I'm with you on that one, Data Nerd. If I click on a video and it's mostly them talking about shit before they get to the subject 3/4 of the way in, I don't watch the whole video. I go find something else. Oh, that's a good idea, Merlin. Models have chat commands linked into the YouTube. Yeah. Alright, well, you know, I talk about it a lot. We'll see if I actually get it done. We'll see if I get it done. I've learned not to say, I'm gonna do these things, but rather, just keep moving forward, keep trying new things. Let me get caught up here. Amber, good to see you. Welcome in, my friend. I missed something else, but I guess I didn't. Oh, okay. I guess we're current. Yeah, Pro Acryl's really nice paint. I wouldn't... yeah, just... I'm down to, like, I got Pro Acryl, I got Rainy River Designs, I got Reaper, and then I've got random side bottles of, like, Scale 75 left over from paints that people have gifted to me. And I'm over here to the point where I'm considering pulling my big rack of acrylic paints that's right in front of me, pulling that down and replacing it with a rack for my oil tubes, because I'm going to them more often. On Twitch, you're here for engagement. On YouTube, we're there for the answer to our issue because we're busy. Yeah, and I don't want... Like, you know, it's one thing if I produce an hour-long video because we're talking about a movie or something like that, but if it's, here's how you do a thing, it's gonna be, here's how you do the thing. Filming is hard to plan from a brain. How complex would it need to be, Skelebi? I would think keep it simple. Keep it as simple as you can. And if you have to, sit down and storyboard it, and that'll give you a good idea for how to break up the actual filming. Storyboarding is an incredible tool. We'll just include a skip to timestamp where it's like, oh shit, he started talking about data again. Skip to this time code to resume what he was doing before. I've been working on some ideas, pun expected. Yeah. If I come up with something, I'll definitely hook you up, though. Let me finish my tea here. We'll go ahead and get started. So yeah, my Kickstarter came in for Warcaster, the Kickstarter 3 for the 1,000 Worlds, and I unpacked some of my Eternus Continuum models that I got, specifically Phaetheon, the Whisper of Death, which is this model, and I fucking love this model. I fucking love this model, so I think I opened the package yesterday, and I just went to town on it. I cleaned it up, I assembled it, I printed off some bases for it, I put down my etching metal primer, did my prime job this morning, let it cure, like I'm good to go, and I have some ideas for how I want to paint it, so we're gonna have some fun tonight. Ties us to the human condition, or the humanoid condition, who gives a shit? In many ways, they're the same thing. You know, how does one define oneself? Does the fact that Data has an off switch make him less of a man than you are? Arguably, I have an off switch. It just, you have to, like, feed me a bunch of tacos, and I'll be, I'm right out, I'm done. Reusing my nail polish racks I was using for my dropped bottles. It's a house of cards with paint tubes balancing on their ends. Yeah, we could do better than that, pun expected. We could do a hell of a lot better than that. Mine is going to be propped against a wall, so that's how I would design it with that. That's how my current one is, too. It's a series of slanted hexagons that all kind of slope against the wall and lean their weight in one direction so they can't fall down. How did your VTubing go, by the way, Skelebi? I was not able to stick around. I had to run. But I popped in there at the beginning. I'm not, like, I don't know. I was made aware of VTubing through Hootie Hoo, an artist here on Twitch, who started... Oh yeah, I use command strips for a lot of stuff. Who started off doing art on stream just as a mere man, and really good dude. We get along well, and we did a little bit of collaborative content and had a good time. And then he suddenly switched to being a VTuber, and I had no idea what it was. I was like, what? Excuse me? So I kind of found out about it through him and watched a couple of VTubers for a little bit. I don't know. I have trouble watching VTube streams. I'm not sure exactly what it is. I just, like, I also struggle a little bit with streams that don't have face cams. I think this is just a personal thing for me, because I know a lot of people don't. Like, the fact that Wapelius doesn't have... I realize this is ironic, because I love Wapelius, I love Steel Rebel, and they don't have faces, as far as I can tell. But the quality of their painting is just so high, and their personalities are so... they're so charismatic. Is Wapelius charismatic? I don't know if Wapelius is charismatic or just a giant fucking nerd, and I find that appealing. One of the two, but it kind of makes up for it for me. But I've tried watching other ones, and I just drift away after a little bit without that extra engagement. I guess Wombat Combat, welcome in. Nervous about the it seems like that's the opposite of what you should be when VTubing. Like, VTubing takes the nerves out of it, because it's not your face. Oh shit, I didn't even notice. I didn't even notice that Wombat Combat had joined the Blanky party, but there it is, isn't it? Oh my god. There's just the whole crew now. It is the dumbest series of emotes, but you know what? I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it. Did my camera just flash a random image? That's unsettling. Alright, let's paint some stuff. Oh, my camera's not working. Right off the bat. We're off to a great start. I know I've been saying it for a little while, but I gotta get myself a proper internal capture card. I think that's gonna fix that. But honestly, my PC's due for... Like, it does everything I need to do it fine. I need it to do rather fine right now, but it's due for a few component updates and a little bit of an overhaul. Nope, that's not right. There we go. Need to put a fresh paper on my oil palette here. That's them right there, Merlin. It's goofy little mascots rocking under some blankets. And now a bunch of us have these as emotes. Because we're all a bunch of unoriginal bandwagon-riding motherfuckers. But I mean, you know, it's Twitch. What else do you expect, really? Don't be jealous. We can get you one, too. Put Colm Corbick in there. Sumatha, I wish you luck with whatever it is you have going on and hope to see you again soon. There we go. Yeah. Okay. Bunch of random tubes of oil sitting here. Have I thought that much about... So, okay, this model has two versions. They're both the same guy. Again, he's called Phaetheon, the Whisper of Death. Which I believe is... The way it's spelled is Phaeton. Phaetheon. I believe it's supposed to be like Phaeton, who was the son of Helios. He had something to do with the Icarus myth. I can't remember exactly what. He rode his chariot into the sun or something like that, and he wound up becoming the constellation Auriga. I only vaguely remember the story. But he was the son of Helios, and I believe Phaeton means the Shining One. But they added an extra E, and now he's Phaetheon, the Whisper of Death, for this particular character. But he's like a cultist samurai cyber dude with this super huge fucking sword, which I think is pretty cool. I'm going to enjoy painting up. He's got some neat armor on him. We're going to do some red glow effects on him. And, huge shortage of beginner vids for oil painting on YouTube. Yeah, that's something I could do, Achilles, because there really aren't many. Even when I was learning, I found myself going to Wapelius's vids, and Wapelius has a lot of vids, and he has a lot of good information. I will give one critique of Wapelius's videos, is that he doesn't really record tutorials. He takes clips out of shit that he's already doing, and he'll sort of teach people how to do stuff. So it's not very directed. It's always like, you know, hunt around in the video for him telling you how to do that one specific thing that you need to know how to do. But there isn't much like, here's how you do it, here's how to get started. I guess I could do some stuff like that pretty easily. Show some basic techniques and sort of what I've learned over the last 6 months. But when the model dies, he becomes this. Because he is a horrifying immortal spirit. You replace him with this, he gets different abilities. He gets the ability to recover health by eating people's souls. It's neat. I like two-stage models like this. Because this guy comes out on the field, and he fights and he does his thing, and he gets killed, and then boom, he turns into this horrifying soul-eating ghost man. It's like a cyber ghost man. You see he has the same armor on and everything. It's like his helmet is split open. And there's a semi-mechanical skull underneath it, which I'm really looking forward to. What I'm going to do is mostly red glow on this guy, I think, with some green effects on the sword. And then for this guy, I want to do the same red and white armor and everything, and then do some transitions from red out to like a ghostly, energetic green. Same thing with like a glowing green skull with green energy coming up off of him. And then the rest of the red effects. I think that should look nice. Hey, Dino Man, it's good to see you. Yeah, Achilles, I had to hunt quite a long time in Wapelius's videos to find a lot of the information that I needed to get started. He's great if you ask him directly. I'm getting started, what do I need to know, what do I need to do? He'll do wonderful with that, but that's not always the most immediately helpful. Hot tub streams are out, Pillow Fort streams are in. You know what? I'm okay with this. I'm fine with this. Yeah, Grim Nation Hobbies has done some pretty decent stuff, pun expected, but it's like, how many others can you name who are? That's like one. That's a little crazy, you know? Alright. So for instance, like how I'm approaching this model, I'm going to pick out a couple of base tones to start with. I'm really liking indigo as a base tone, so we're going to put down a little bit of indigo. For the warmer parts, I think I'm going to go with asphaltum because it has a little bit more red to it than the Van Dyke brown that I've been using. Oh, I guess not. It's got ultramarine blue in it. What do I want to use for the bone armor? Let me think about that for a second. Well, I'm going to be building it up anyway. We might as well start with Van Dyke brown. You know what I've done? You know what it is? I've done a lot of basing with Van Dyke brown. I want to try asphaltum. And it's okay if it has some cool tones to it, because we're going to be sort of riding that line today anyway. Have I played Dying Light? I have. I played it all the way up to the last mission, and then I get to the point where it's like, if you go any further, you can't return to do the other stuff in the game, and that's always the part of a game where I just stop playing entirely. I tell myself I want to go collect all the stuff and then come back, and I never do. I do also have this Iron Violet. And Brown Ochre. These are the reclaimed colors. It's an interesting notion. I guess I could base in the Iron Violet. It's a very interesting color. It's listed as opaque. I wonder how it stains. I haven't really tried it much. Alright, well those are our two basics at any rate. Let's get our pre-glaze down and we can worry about everything else later. Oh, yikes, I just made a mess. Hang on. Not too much of a mess, thankfully. You're just leaking excess oils right now, Mr. Gamblin' Tube. Let's give you a little bit of an outlet. Maybe you've been pressurized for too long. You want to drool any excess oils? That's just fine. Just do it into the paper towel, please. There we go. Yeah, I would think almost certainly, because Mars Black definitely does. And that's all the Reclaimed Earth ones are. Their pigment is just iron oxide. Let's try it. Let's try using Iron Violet as a pre-glaze. Why the hell not? This is a character model. He can afford to look a little bit different. And if I don't like it, I can always change the way I'm doing it going forward. But I want to use this Iron Violet for some more stuff. I found a place to use it on my dwarfs, which I did this scheme on. This guy isn't quite done. I want to do some more changes to him. And I know some people have been like, oh, but the armor's all one color. That was literally the whole idea. I really kind of like it because I'm planning on doing some other effects on the heroes. This is a line trooper. This is what all the line troopers would end up looking like, and I need to detail his undersuit. You can see there's some brown in there that needs to be picked out. But, then the heroes with heat hammers and stuff like that will have heat glow effects and I think look more interesting. I don't really want the rank and file soldiers to look all that interesting. I want them to look fine as a background for the heroes. Let's get a little ivory black out here. Beginner oil painting tutorials. I'm gonna think about that. That's a good idea. Oh, my 3D printing is done. I'll reset that in a few minutes. Grab some indigo and some ivory black for the cool portions. Probably bits of advice that would be useful, like don't overthink your pre-glaze, because you can just completely overwrite it later if you want to. Anyway, and unable to locate makeup sponges in your area, you can order them on Amazon for virtually nothing. Huge numbers of them. Big packages. Alright, let's take some iron violet here. Darken it. Into something suitable for a pre-glaze stain. Alright, let's get to pre-glazing. We'll just do both of them. I got no good reason not to. I'm not even going to worry about the base for right now. Well, I guess I might as well use the same pre-glazes. I'm thinking if I have any compelling reason not to, and I can't think of one, so I know what colors they're eventually going to be. Hey, what's up, Dr. Rhino? How you doing today, my friend? It's mostly going to be his, like, jacket portions that are going to wind up kind of a deep blue. Most of the rest of the model's going to use warm colors. Get the disposable shop towels, I won't leave behind lint. Yeah, I actually keep a roll of shop towels around to sort of fill in if necessary. I just like having shop towels. It's good to have something durable as a backup in general. Probably his whole sword in indigo. We're going to bring this up to green. He's an interesting model with kind of a crazy outfit on. I'm trying to determine what's supposed to be what. But again, with oils, you can kind of afford to not worry about it too much. You can always change what you're doing. God damn. Got me started. Gimish Car got me started watching Deep Space Nine again. That show. It's so good. It's unreasonably good. Painting orcs and eating raw cookie dough. Damn right that's like an... You know why that's like an adult? Because nobody would let a kid do that. You have to be an adult to pull that off. Got like these funny samurai-like armor bits and bits of fabric hanging out from underneath his pauldrons and stuff. Which are all going to be all ghostly and wraithly on the next version of him. The saddest DS9 episode... Wait, which one? Yeah, a lot of people are saying good things about it, Troll Blitz. I'm still, like, in the wait-and-see mode, though. I'm not gonna... I won't give them the benefit of the doubt at this point. They do not deserve it. But if they can pull off a few good seasons in a row, I will give it a shot. Because people are saying good things about Strange New Worlds based on, like, 2 or 3 episodes, but the thing is, like... You could say good things about Star Trek Picard Season 2 off of the first 2 episodes. It's because they often front-load those seasons with the episodes they think reviewers will like. They have a whole handful of episodes to betray you yet. And given that it's Alex Kurtzman doing it, I have no doubt he will find a way to shove his foot all the way to the back of his throat. Ooh, you know, I was just having this conversation the other day, like, if I were making a Star Trek, a new Star Trek, someone had me in the writer's room and was like, what would you write about? I'm like, bring Tony Todd back to play an older Jake Sisko. Let's find out where he's at. We can't find out where Nog's at, because Aaron Eisenberg is unfortunately dead. But there are so many characters that you could potentially revisit. And they just don't. It's just like, nah. You know, I was thinking jumping even further forward in time because I like Tony Todd. What's Sarek Lofton up to? Like, what has he done since DS9? I genuinely don't know. He's a voice director and a writer. See, that's the fact that I haven't seen him in anything or noticed him in anything made me think, like, would he even be interested in reprising that role? I don't know. I doubt anyone's approached him because I doubt anyone who is currently responsible for writing Star Trek would even, like, do you honestly think if you walked up to Alex Kurtzman and said to Alex Kurtzman, Alex, what if we do a story about Jake Sisko? Do you think he'd know who that was? What if we did a story about Damar back on Cardassia Prime? and the emerging relationship between them and the Breen after their government reforms. Do you think he'd have any idea what any of those words meant? Has he? That's awesome. I didn't know that. In that case, fuck it. Yeah, bring him in. Let's do a show entirely about Jake Sisko. And him dealing with the fact that he's like... What would he be? 1/4 wormhole alien? Because Sisko's like half human. Yeah, I don't believe that for a second. Like, they can say that. They can write that down. They can tweet that as many times as they want. I don't believe them. We took his name off. We didn't give him a producer's credit. Does not mean he's not involved with it. And I don't fucking believe them. I only don't believe them because they're a bunch of fucking liars who write trash. And be that as it may, as much as Kurtzman is a major problem with New Trek, he's far from the only problem. I'm just, like, I'm sorry. After Discovery and Picard, like I said, and I've made my personal position, not that anyone should give a shit, very clear on this. If they can do 2 good seasons of Strange New Worlds that I don't fucking hate, I'll give the show a chance. If I hear back after 2 seasons, the show is still good, I'll give it a shot. Until then, I'm not fucking touching it. I don't want to give them money. I don't want to reward them for what they've done. Usually support your own 3D print minis. Do you trust the pre-supported minis and print those instead? Depends, Dinomat. I'll usually take a look at the pre-supports. You can sort of tell after you've done enough of them if the person who pre-supported it knows what they're doing or if they're flying by the seat of their pants. And if it looks good, I'll run it through. A lot of the time, I do wind up doing my own pre-supports, though. I just, you know, I'm more comfortable with them. But it's a case-by-case thing. Haven't watched it, won't watch it. I know, everybody, oh, Lower Decks, it's so funny, it's so amazing. I gotta be honest with you, I don't want my Star Trek to be a fucking joke. I'm not interested in the premise of the show, even if it were good. I'm fine. No Star Trek cartoons for me. I'm good. It could be a perfectly fantastic show, and I will never know. Base, and we'll pre-glaze the other guy. We might as well. No good reason not to. Back in the digital salt mine. I know a thing or two about digital salt. Probably not the same kind, though, to be fair. Alright, this is a good start. Did I miss any spots? I want to let this sit for a minute before I remove it. Oh, I missed a spot right here. So by the time I'm done putting it down on the other guy, I'll be ready to pull the excess off of our main bro here and start laying down some more interesting colors. Alright, let's work on Spooky Ghost Man. You know, I appreciate that when people come in here and they start talking about Strange New Worlds and Lower Decks. I appreciate that you're trying to... Like, you recognize that I really, really like Star Trek. This is my interpretation. Please, you know, if I'm wrong, forgive me. But I appreciate that you recognize that I like Star Trek and you're trying to sort of share with me, well, this isn't so bad, maybe you would enjoy this. It's a wonderful attempt to connect, and I'll just be completely honest when I say that I am incapable of attaching any positive feelings to anything new Trek. I've given up on the entirety of it. I've made a few concessions to say maybe I'll come back and watch it at some point in the future, but I was going to say, you're not gonna budge me, and I don't want to be like a dick about it. I'm not trying to be. Fuck it. Fuck all those fucking shows. Like, oh. Why am I doing indigo? Yeah, it's not a big deal. I might as well do indigo. Like, my grudge with new Trek goes back a long, long ways. You have to understand, it goes back into the 90s and early 2000s. I started getting kind of irritated with the direction Star Trek was going as far back as, like, Star Trek Generations and First Contact. So it is very, very unlikely that they've released 2 good episodes is going to sway me in any way, shape, or form. And it's entirely personal, and I do not fault anyone who enjoys the new stuff. In fact, I think it's probably perfectly fine television that you should enjoy. I would probably be able to enjoy it without all the baggage I have, but I have it, so. Shock 21. Hitting 21. Oh my god. No, don't. No, at 21, don't take a hit on 21. You are terrible at blackjack. It's not even remotely how the game is played. Let's get our spooky skull here. We're gonna go green with all this, but I'm just doing a cool base to work up from, because this is just our pre-glaze. I'm the same way, Troll Blitz, but I just re-watch, like Deep Space Nine, or TNG, because I love those shows, and they never get old for me. So the new Trek movies were not your favorite thing? You know, I'll tell you what, 8-Bit, I didn't hate them. You're talking about, like, the J.J. Abrams movies? I do not hate those movies. I don't like Into Darkness. I think that one in particular is pretty much trash. But, like... The first Star Trek movie was a terrible Star Trek movie, but it was like a good Star Wars movie that just happened to have a bunch of Star Trek names in it. And then Star Trek Beyond, I actually kind of enjoyed. It wasn't, like, amazing or anything like that, but it was perfectly serviceable. And it was fun. Fun is important. I haven't rewatched, Voyager in years at this point. I was never a huge fan of Voyager. I was really more of a Deep Space Nine guy. Yeah, there is one Shiny Mew, and there's another one coming out soon, or already out, I'm not sure. 2 Star Trek cartoons, though. One seems to be aimed at children, and the other seems to be aimed at children who are in adults' bodies. Has anybody gone to the theaters to see Alex Garland's new movie, Men? Because I'm really excited for that.
I suppose you could just go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere. It's not like we're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
Can and I will. That's the nature of the pre-glaze, Shiny Mew. From Alex Garland, I find that very, very difficult to believe. I find it easier to believe that other people have wildly misinterpreted what Alex Garland has done, or that they just were too dumb to grasp it. And I find that easy to believe because that has also been true of the last several films that he has made. Like with how well Annihilation did, with Annihilation genuinely being one of the in fact, all of his movies have really, really good, not feminist content, but like solid female characters and female empowerment content that is the opposite of cringe. That is inspiring as fuck. When did the new Star Trek shows start anyways? Never kept up with the series. There's like 4 of them 8-bit. They started a few years ago, and they're all trash, and that's all you need to know about them. I don't suggest watching literally any of them. Not one of them. Thinking about what color I want to do as arms. I guess they're gonna do the green glow, and then I'll keep the green to a fringe on the rest of the fabric and do like a blue thing. Just sort of planning as I work here. Not sure how it's going to pan out, but we're going to have some fun with it, and hopefully it looks good. Alright, well, I'm going to watch it one way or the other, so I'll give you my opinion on it. Chris Pratt is the voice of Picard. It's going to be Mario and Picard and everybody else. Why the hell not? Haven't painted in a couple weeks, so I'm a bit rusty. Oh, there ain't nothing for it but to knock the rust off. Wet that brush and keep on going. Yeah, Voyager is like... I can pick out individual episodes of Voyager that I would probably enjoy rewatching, but I just wasn't never really into the show that much. I don't know, the ensemble cast of Voyager never grabbed me like either TNG or DS9. And DS9, I think, has the best ensemble of the 90s Trek. I love TNG, don't get me wrong. I think TNG has many strengths that DS9 does not have, but DS9 has the stronger ensemble cast. Captain Janeway is... she's fairly compelling. I like some characters in that I think other people didn't. I actually never disliked B'Elanna Torres, and I feel like she got a lot of shit. I like B'Elanna Torres. I thought, I don't even hate Neelix. I realize that might be blasphemy, but I really don't. But most of the other characters are just kind of like, eh. Even Tom Paris is pretty fucking boring, all things considered. I'm just kind of hitting these spots because I figure once I start doing cooler tones, I want there to be some warmth in the shadows and the recesses, so I might as well start now. Oh yeah, Vergaderung, the one where the ancient the people who were visited by the Voyager like hundreds of years prior, and the one scientist finds a copy of the EMH in like a computer, and he turns them on, and he sees like the holographic recreations of the Voyager crew, and they're all evil, and they wear like Nazi uniforms, and Janeway is executing people just because it's fun. That's a great episode. Janeway's I don't know, she's like a great captain and a terrible Starfleet officer. She does so many terrible things, for reasons I can understand, but terrible things nonetheless. And then, of course, there's the Tuvix episode, which is, ironically, one of the darkest episodes in all of Star Trek, in my opinion. With all upbeat, self-respecting, self-esteemful Tuvix being marched into the transporter room to be executed by a somber Captain Janeway. Apparently picked the best time to finish Attack on Titan because I was scrolling down through YouTube and a random suggestion was yeah, I told you about that, Dr. Rhino. It's hard to be on the internet and not get Attack on Titan spoiled for you. It's like, if people tell me I would like to watch Attack on Titan, I'm always like, well, stop being on the internet. Just stop it. Stop even looking, because the internet's gonna fucking spoil it for you. Just by casually mentioning things that... I mean, and you know, now that we've watched it, you recognize there are some things you could casually drop. Phrases you could casually drop just trying to talk about the show that would inadvertently spoil the first 3 seasons. Yeah, 7 of 9 was indeed the best. I would say 2 parts of Voyager, if you know what I mean. Oh, 8-bit, we're not done yet. After the final season, part 2, they announced the final season, part 3. We're still waiting on that. No spoilers, man. I haven't read the manga. Keep that shit to yourself. I will if someone spoils the manga for me at this point, I will cut a motherfucker. Oh, I haven't, Sewer Creature. Did you post it? I agree, Elle. I really like Attack on Titan. I don't feel like the storyline, like, I think it is somewhat convoluted, but it's also very well organized, 8-bit. I feel like everything in Attack on Titan, it's one of my favorite stories right now, just because everything in it does match up to something. And the reason, like, the convolution in the storyline, the way that it's told, is for a reason. It is the details and the mysteries are revealed to the audience in a particular order and in a particular style because that is part of the storytelling. Now, I don't like stories that are convoluted for no reason. I think that perhaps one of the best examples of this to compare would be, see, the way I feel about it too, 8-bit, is like at the point that we're at in the show, I don't think that the ending, like what happens at the end, I don't think the ending of Attack on Titan is terribly important. I feel like the content is in the final few story arcs. And I don't see how, what single act ends the story. I don't see how that could really matter all that much. Endings are difficult and fickle. But, I forgot what I was saying before that. Feels like a convoluted story in search of a conclusion. But that's the irony, pun expected, is that, at least in the show, the conclusion, we as far as I can tell, we've already got the conclusion. It's just that the story isn't technically over. There isn't really an end point, and I almost wish that they had ended it sooner, though that probably would have dissatisfied people too. Oh, awesome. Sewer Creature, did you put it in the storm report? Yeah, 10 years. It's been on for 10 years. It's fucking crazy, I know. I don't know that it does, though. I don't feel like the story does meander, pun expected. It seems to, because you don't have all the information, and then I found over and over that later on, when information is revealed, you're sort of at the appropriate place to then go back and reassess previous events through the lens of that information. If Attack on Titan does anything that I think is genuinely a mistake, it's not so much meandering as sometimes it stagnates. You will hit points where it's like this whole episode is one conversation that didn't need to happen because we already had the info. That happens a couple of times, but not that many, really. And they're only like 20-minute episodes, so it never really gets to be that much of a problem for me. The Duke XX99, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to me bullshitting about cartoons. Oh, the Season 1 opening is one of the greatest intros in all of anime. I would argue that the Season 4 Part 1 intro gives it a run for its money. I fucking love that intro. Like, my most genuine critique of Attack on Titan is that the following sequence of events will play out sometimes. Character A learns fact. Character A encounters Character B. Character A tells Character B fact that Character A learned. Characters A and B go to meet with Character C. Characters A and B relay information to Character C. And it's like, I understand what you're doing. I get it within the context of the story, but I don't need to fucking see this. Now, it always makes up for it for me, though, because that will happen for a little while, and you'll be like, oh, God, I'm done with this. And then they'll hit you with, like, just one of the most banging action episodes from start to finish, and you're like, oh, you know what, it's fine. It's like, lots and lots of talking on the big scouting expedition in Season 1, and then, boom, the female Titan is there, and you're like, oh, fuck. Lots and lots of talking as they run through the forest of giant trees, and then, boom, the action starts happening, and it's just like, until it's done. I think that they draw it out well, honestly, because they have an approach to a number of the action sequences and set pieces in the show where it's not like that many action sequences happen, but each one that happens is gone over in exhaustive detail. Because those details are important, and because the action set pieces are well written and well conceived from the start, I really appreciate it. The details all matter, and I appreciate that. That to me is a good story. Not that it has details, but that the details all matter. Now, you're not a fan of Christopher Walken as the Emperor Shaddam IV now? Is that what I'm seeing, Roland? Watch the first 3 seasons and quit Succession, and barring any, oh, that was actually important, there's a lot I think could have been cut. Probably. Like, I won't disagree, but that is such a mild critique. Like, you know, we have to consider context, we have to consider what it's going up against, we have to consider average anime storytelling. And I think that you'd have to admit, in the world of average anime storytelling, or even bad anime storytelling, like, it moves along at a good fucking clip. Things happen in Attack on Titan. From one season to the next, a whole situation shift entirely. And they don't dwell on anything that long. There is the one time that they have a whole conversation in the span of time that it takes a Titan to dive 10 feet. But it's like, whatever. It's kind of theatrical like that. Alright, we got our glazes down. Gus Schultz, good to see you, man. Welcome in. I'm making sure I didn't miss any spots. He seems to be pretty well glazed up. Yes, please do, Sewer Creature. Failing that, I'll check it out after the stream. I think it should have been Alexander Siddig. Siddig El Fadil? Yeah, I tend to agree. Like, that would be great casting. If only they had done it sooner, they could have done Miguel Ferrer. Wouldn't that have been something? Alright, let's pull our glaze off. I try to veer away from, you know, as much as I like to use hyperbole for comedic effect, I try to veer away from hyperbole when making recommendations. I'll use hyperbole when I'm just, like, ranting against something that I hate, but again, that's largely just because it amuses me to do so. I veer away from hyperbole when I'm giving praise, because I don't want, like, when I say, I like this thing, I think you should watch it, I want that opinion to be taken seriously, and in order for that to be true, I can't exaggerate too much, if that makes sense. And I feel like Attack on Titan is one of the better told stories I've experienced in the last decade. It's really good. There was such a debate on Gabby on social media. Yeah, and see, that's just it. I think that Gabby is a good example of the way the story is told well, because the author guides you through a number of emotions relative to the character based on your ignorance as an audience member. It's very easy to hate Gabby. What's not easy is forgiving Gabby later on, once she has grown as a character, and coming to understand that many of the things that you hate in Gabby are really just due to her ignorance and indoctrination. And as a member of the audience then, learning to forgive indoctrinated people who have done terrible things, because that is a major theme of the story from beginning to end, is the monstrous things that people can do without really knowing what they're doing. We're angry at Gabby because she does things against characters that we like, for reasons that we think are stupid, but from her perspective, her actions made perfect sense. But it's hard to see through that anger. And that's why they had her do what she did, is to make you as an audience member angry at her. Because a huge theme of the overall story, again, is letting go of that anger. It's poisonous. It's destructive. But yeah, I remember the backlash against Gabby when she first showed up as a character in the show. Somebody did a YouTube video just called "Fuck Gabby," and it's just that shot of when the scouts are beating the shit out of a child. It's this like 11-year-old girl and a bunch of grown men are like kicking her on the ground, and it's just that looped over and over again with this guy going, fuck Gabby, fuck Gabby, fuck Gabby, fuck Gabby. Like, Jesus Christ. But I think that kind of reaction is maybe just indicating how well written the show is. You wouldn't have strong emotions like that if the characters weren't built in a way that you cared about. All my homies hate Gabby. Yeah, no, it's, as far as being a meme, I think it's pretty funny. But at the same time, as far as really assessing the story, I think that a forgiveness for Gabby is necessary. She may be one of the characters that shows the most growth in a very short period of time in the entire run of the show. Gently pulling away my excess here. I think all the character deaths are handled really well in Attack on Titan, for that matter. And we've had this conversation. Dr. Rhino and I have been talking about this for a long time. You know, I never have Dino Man. I've been told, I don't know how many times, to watch Full Metal Alchemist. I've been, like, Full Metal Alchemist, I guess Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood is just, like, the same story, but done better. I don't really know. I've never, like, I've started to watch it, I don't know how many times, and for whatever reason, it just... it doesn't grab me right away, and I don't stick with it. I'm not saying it's a bad show. I think it's a great show, probably, with all the praise it's gotten, but for whatever reason, I haven't been able to stick with it. It's okay. You can weeb here, 8-bit. We're not gonna make fun of you. I mean, we'll make fun of you. It won't be for that. That's all I can promise. We'll make fun of you for other things. Things that you have less control over. Okay, yeah, that's what I was told, was watch Brotherhood. Are you sure that I shouldn't watch the live-action version on Netflix? I was thinking I might just watch that and judge the entire series based on that. That seems reasonable to me. Hey, what's up, Dark Traveler? L Firespray, see, here's the thing. Like, I'm not an anime fan. Now, that's not to say that I don't like anime. I'm not an anime fan. Like, I don't follow what's releasing or follow the authors or the writers all that closely. I have watched anime almost my whole life in one form or another. I am a fan of specific stories. I am a fan of specific authors. I am a fan of good writing. And I view anime as just any other medium, like movies, like television, like anything at all. And so I hunt for the good ones. And I leave the bad ones. And there are just as many shit authors in anime as there are in anything else. Sometimes within the same series. Like, I love... It assumes I watched the other... Okay, so I guess I have to, then. Fair enough. But, like, I love Psycho Pass Season 1, and I couldn't fucking stand Psycho Pass Season 2. But I just like good stories. And I judge them as stories and not necessarily relative to other anime, if that makes sense. Oh, let me get his base. That's the one part I missed. Anime confuses and frightens me. It may just be that you've never watched one that particularly appeals. That's the thing you have to understand, Sewer Creatures. We tend to think of anime in the Western sense. Even today, a lot of people still think of it as just cartoons, like Westerners make cartoons, but it's just a medium. It's just a way to tell sort of fantastical stories, or even non-fantastical stories, that is much more accepted in Japan than animation generally is over here. So you get good authors, you get bad authors. There's plenty of trash, and there's lots of stuff that's really interesting and good, too. Alright. I'm trying to use these reclaimed colors, so I'm going to put down a little bit of the rust red here, and a little bit of the brown ochre, and see if I can't make good use of those. Oh, making a bit of a mess. Deal with that later. Oh, I don't have any water. Oh, God. Okay, give me a second. I'm going to go get some water. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Hey, Mafik, welcome in. And yeah, oh man, I'm still kind of upset over Psycho-Pass Season 2, but I guess the good news, at least for me, arguably for everyone, is that I don't feel like Psycho-Pass needed a Season 2. Like, the story was over, essentially, at the end of Season 1. It was like, everything was resolved, everything was done. And I can chart my progress into Season 2 when I tried to watch Psycho-Pass Season 2. I remember I started watching it, and it was like, here's, what's her name, Akane Tsunemori. We get reintroduced to the main character. And she has literally 180'd her position from the end of Season 1. She's like, all those things that I decided on at the end of Season 1, I have decided I now believe the opposite of those things, so the story can happen. And I'm like, oh, no, really? Okay, I guess that's what we're doing. And, so I'm like, alright, well, we'll keep watching it. Maybe it'll be okay. And then I remember they get to a part where there is a hostage situation inside, like, a convenience store or something. And I just remember they use that as an excuse for saying, we need to bring out the heavy dominator. And in Psycho-Pass, there's this weapon called the Dominator, which is thematically one of my favorite law enforcement weapons. Just in any piece of sci-fi virtually ever. I'm going to change my gloves after this. I'm having to do a little bit of oil cleanup, and it's going to make a mess. But the cap for this was all fucked up, so I'm just doing a little bit of work now to save myself some headache later. I love the Dominator. The Dominator pistol in Psycho-Pass Season 1 is so cool because, I think largely because it is just this compact little pistol that is capable of doing virtually anything as you discover over the course of Season 1. It literally, like, the law enforcement agent points the weapon at a person, and the weapon connects to their central law enforcement database called Sybil. It determines the appropriate enforcement response based on who the perpetrator is and the context, like what their crime is and what their Psycho-Pass is. And then it engages that mode on the weapon remotely from stun to, I think the highest level is matter destroyer decomposer. I think that's what they call it. And literally anything from a little stun shot that makes you go, and fall over, like the stun setting on a phaser, to like a matter annihilation beam, where like they shoot a tank with it at one point, this big like robot, and it annihilates like a meter, like a spherical meter is, and when I say annihilated, I mean it is like disintegrated. It's fucking horrific. And what it can do to living flesh, for that matter, when it engages a fatal enforcement mode is also horrific. But essentially, the responsibility for that choice is not with the law enforcement agent. The law enforcement agent doesn't make any decision as far as what's going to happen to the perpetrator. They point the gun, they pull the trigger, and the decision is made elsewhere. Now, if the symbolism of this is lost on you, I highly recommend actually watching it to get the full breadth of the story and the setting, because it's a very cyberpunk dystopian setting. But the point of me saying this is that the Dominator pistol is an incredibly destructive piece of hardware. It is astonishingly powerful in its normal form. And that there is an irony to how destructive it is because it is so compact and small and innocuous. So, when then the writers say, we need a heavy Dominator, and it's a giant rifle somebody pulls out with transforming pieces on it and glowing bullshit in it that shoots an even bigger matter destroyer beam, I lose interest. The Dominator doesn't need to be large. In fact, making it a giant rifle is just like missing the fucking point. Making it a giant rifle is just, we need more toys. It's not being done because it serves the story. It's being done because it, I don't know, sells more action figures. And I'm like, I'm done. I'm out. I'm good. Y'all can, enjoy what you got going on here. But I'm not participating anymore. So that was when I left Psycho-Pass Season 2. I was like, no, thank you. It does. Dominator pistol, real shit, though. What's the decision time on that? It's effectively instantaneous roll. But see, you're barely scratching the surface of the fucked up dystopian nature of the world that they live in. The decision time, the delay between pulling the trigger, like, the fact that there is a delay, the fact that they have, like, because if you point the Dominator at somebody and you're not connected to Sybil and you pull the trigger, literally nothing happens. Like, you can't use it. And that becomes a problem at some point in the series, for that matter. But it's an enforcement weapon for a very specific type of enforcement within a city. Get our brown ochre kicking here. Back 40 Gamer resubbing, hitting that second month. Back 40, thank you so much for your support, my friend. How are you doing today? I sure hope you're having a good one. Alright, let's just start with some armor plates down here and work our way up. Roland, you should familiarize yourself with the whole setting. The world that they live in, the nature of the Psychopath system is such that I don't think guns exist in that city at that point, in Tokyo. The island of Japan has become incredibly isolationist. They've essentially removed themselves from the world. They've given the entirety of their law enforcement over to the Sybil system and its ability to rate people's psychopasses based on psychometric data. It has a lot of future crime in it. People will be... like, you will be arrested based on how upset you are. Because everybody's psychopath comes with a crime coefficient, which is the likelihood that you will commit a crime based on your psychological state and your psychological predisposition towards violence. Started off with a large-scale battle of Tukey, and fuck yeah, how'd it go, Back 40? I'm always excited to hear about games. I think, like, and I'm gonna give you some minor spoilers for the very first episode of the show, but there's literally an episode, like, it starts with a violent psychopath who is committing pseudo-sexual assault against a woman, and they chase him down, and, like, you see how his psychopath evolves as they're attempting to enforce, because at first when they aim at him, it goes to stun because they want to bring him in, but then as he becomes more desperate, and his psychopath changes, it goes to a fatal enforcement mode, because he has transitioned past the point where the system has deemed him an acceptable risk. And I believe it does the same thing for his victim. His victim is psychologically traumatized by the event to the point that she then becomes a target for arrest. And she is so traumatized by watching what the Dominator does to the perpetrator who was assaulting her that her psychopath changes to the point where it becomes a lethal enforcement mode. Like, it's so fucking dark. She is determined to be unsavable simply because of what she saw. It is in effect an entire society of people who have never been exposed to violence, and the times that they are incredibly detrimental to their psychological health as a result. It's a wonderful dystopian cyberpunk thriller. Yeah, it definitely has some Minority Report in it, sort of taken a little bit further. Well, and that's a point that it makes, Automat. There is a point in the first season where a group of criminals finds a way to shield their psychopaths from the readers, so they effectively become invulnerable to it, and enforcement becomes impossible against them. And they're able to just walk into rooms of people and beat people to death, and nobody does anything about it. Because nobody's used to dealing with violence. At first they, like there are people being assaulted violently, and people just sort of gather around curiously to watch, and then they, like, start filming it, because they're like, is this really happening? No, this doesn't happen. This isn't real. It's really dark. There's a room full of people who allow another person to simply have gasoline dumped on them and be lit on fire in front of them without even attempting to resist. Because they are psychologically incapable of even defending themselves. Because violence is simply a problem that they were taught was over with. They grew up in a society where even thinking about violence would get you arrested, so why would it be something they dealt with? Well, I mean, that's sort of the point of it too, Automat. It is very much a critique of, like, you know, good sci-fi is telling stories about actual humanity. And Psycho-Pass isn't just creating a fantastical scenario to play with in its first season, it's critiquing the direction of a lot of modern society. I'm going to be very carefully controlling where I do highlights on this as I continue to work on it, because I want to do some glow effects, and I need to leave a lot of shadows for the glow effects to read. Alright, for the leather, I'm going to go with Rust Red, which is another of my Reclaimed Earth colors. I'm using all the Reclaimed Earth colors on this, Dr. Rhino. I'm looking for excuses to use them. Shades of Demolition Man, yeah. Yeah. We're police officers. We're not trained to handle this kind of violence. Exactly, David Rogers. But much darker. You know, Automat, yes. Yes, Automat, that's good that you do that, and it's good that you know that. I think there are a lot of people out there in the world who like to say, like, anytime I hear somebody say something like, oh, if I was there, I would have done this. If I was there with the gunman, I would have punched him in his face and done a backflip. I've seen all the John Woo movies, so I know exactly what... I'm like, you know what happens to most people the first time a gun is fired in their vicinity? You just stop moving. And you look around. You go, what? What was that? What? This is why military training exists, is because it takes extensive training to learn when you hear a gunshot, get on the ground. Most people don't even duck, Riot Sister. Most people in a scenario like that won't even duck or protect themselves. That part has to be trained into you. Flinch. Yeah. You might flinch. Fair enough. But most won't even duck. You have to drill that shit into your head. I like how this guy he's got futuristic tabby boots on. He's got cyber boots, but then he also has tabbies. Like his little toes are sticking out like a fucking Ninja Turtle. It's ridiculous. Oh, that's even more advanced, Achilles. That's moving under fire. That's a whole other realm. But I think that the writers of Psycho-Pass had a pretty interesting, had a pretty good understanding of how people behave around violence, and sort of wanted to address that. And then Season 1 was like, well, let's sell a bunch of, or Season 1 was like that, and then Season 2 was like, let's sell a bunch of action figures, and everything that was of interest in the show sort of left. That's not Space OSHA compliant. Oh my god. Well, you know, this guy, he's probably in a union. The Eternus Continuum are very blue collar. I'm not even kidding, they really are within the setting. The Eternus Continuum, they're like the working man's faction. Even in the future, even the working man can be a cybernetic space ninja, though. right. I want to start building up the red on his pants. I'm going to bring in a little alizarin crimson. AC is very pro-union. Most of their basic infantry unit uses what is basically just a construction saw as their primary weapon. It's a fusion saw that they took off of a work site someplace, and now they're gonna hack you to pieces with it. Oh yeah, that's the one that I learned, Achilles. I mean, that's a natural reaction. Well, and for that matter, shit, what most people need to learn about scenarios like that, and this is a dark subject, I'm not going to continue talking about it, but what most people need to learn in situations like that is get the fuck out. Just go. You have no reason to be there. If you hear gunfire, leave. I don't care if you've seen Die Hard too many times and you think you could make a difference. Get the fuck out, get away, go, move. Don't be there. We have in this country trained law enforcement professionals, whatever, and speaking of my country, of course, of the United States, we have people for this. And you are just going to get in the way, so fuck off and find safety. That's all you need to know. You're just gonna get in the way. But you know, this is a super light, super fun subject that I'm so glad I led us into by talking about cartoons. But Psycho Pass is a really, really dark cartoon, and if I could wrap this up with one thought, it would be it's totally worth watching. If you're into sort of dark, violent, gritty cyberpunk stories, Psycho Pass Season 1 is worth every second of your time. It's fantastic. I personally wouldn't bother with Season 2. I personally haven't bothered with Season 2. But there is a Season 2, and I think there's a movie also. Kick down a little phthalo green here. Oh, did you, Roland? Where at? Over in the Discord? I'm just going to do the whole damn blade in green. I could make it more complicated than that, but I don't wanna. I'm not gonna. Keep it simple. And that's what we're going to do. Oh, I'll have to go back and look. Stepping away for some burritos. Enjoy them, Riot Sister, and make sure you bring enough for the whole class. Alright, now we can start brightening things up a bit. Phthalo blue kicking. For the more leathery parts. Working my way through the first Stormlight Archives book. Not sure how I feel about it yet. Who wrote those? Why have I heard of that? I haven't read it, I know that, but I feel like I've heard of it, and I'm not sure why. It's Brandon Sanderson? Okay. Everybody seems to like Brandon Sanderson. I never really read that much of Sanderson's work. I know, because he, like, took over for, Robert Jordan, didn't he? I gave up on Wheel of Time after Winter's Heart, and that was a long time ago. I'm gradually just becoming a poorly read fucking pleb. I haven't read anything really good in fucking years at this point. Last thing I read was just pulp. My Radiant Lemon. I want to try this to work up my kind of bone color here. We'll see how it goes. I'm going to go real gentle with it, and we're going to see what kind of an effect we get. Because I don't want to go straight to white. I want a little bit more color in there. See if this is a good idea or not. You know, Dino Man, I can't do Romeo Void. Thank you for hanging out, dude. Have a great night. I can't do audiobooks. I've tried audiobooks. They just do nothing for me. Clearly, there's something to it. A lot of people enjoy them, but I don't know. If I'm reading a book, I can't even do like digital books, like on a reader. I'm a weirdo. I need a book in my hand and I need to be reading the words, otherwise my brain just doesn't retain the information. Bit of it here. We're going to blend it in and see how we like it. That's my plan. Yeah, I can work with this. That's too much. Somewhere in the middle. Find that Goldilocks zone. And grab the edge as best we can. Using the same brush for all the colors? Yeah, I haven't changed the brush even once. Should I? Conceivably? But I haven't found it to be too terribly necessary if you give it a little rinse and a wipe. Do I thin in between colors? Yes, I do. Yeah, I'll usually swish in my solvent and give the brush a little bit of a wipe when I'm swapping colors. It's got me thinking that maybe I should give a try at making some content that's aimed at, like, people new to oil painting. Like, how do I get started oil painting, specifically as it pertains to minis? Because so much of the information you're going to find out there is for, like, here's how to start oil painting on canvas, which, while interesting, is not super useful for us. We have a very particular task in mind, and it requires some very particular approaches. It's, you know, I'm a little irritated that as much of KS3 is metal as it is. I was a little dismayed to discover that, but it's all, they're great looking sculpts. I can only complain so much. The big pieces like my Terminus Cabal, like the big whatever Guardian guys with the glaives, and like the Divine Tempest, those are all, the big parts are in resin. So, you know, that's something anyway. I had been kind of hoping some of the infantry models would be in resin, but oh well, it's just going to make me extra good at preparing metal models. Oh, very different, Data Nerd. Very, very different. How do you do that without reactivating the other color? So there's no reactivation.
If you anger the fox, you're gonna get stuffed in a box.
Like in the sense that you're thinking the previous color has cured. Reactivation is how oil painting works. None of these colors will be cured for a good 24 hours, Achilles. So I'm blending with the previous colors, and your decisions for what colors you're going to put down have to be made with that in mind. It requires a bit more of a plan than a lot of acrylic painting does, and a better understanding of the color wheel, because blending is just the name of the game. Now, if you want to do something over a color without blending with it, you have to let it cure for at least 24 hours. I'd say 16 to 24 hours. And then you can kind of come back to it. But blending with my base glaze is the goal and the point of what I'm doing here. You can cover. You can straight up cover, but you're gonna want to let it sit for a little while before you try that pun expected. Otherwise, you're just gonna be mixing. Well, this is working reasonably well. It's going to take some time, but I knew that going in. Chewy, good to see you. Welcome in. Yeah, oil painting requires you to rethink a lot of the habits you might have picked up while doing acrylic painting, certainly. Which is, again, part of the reason I'm thinking that maybe some videos aimed at people looking to paint minis in oil might be beneficial. Sort of like, what habits have you picked up from acrylic painting that you should probably try to unlearn as you start this? Layering, for instance, kinda isn't a thing. This is the first time I've even attempted this color scheme I'm doing here in oils. I haven't done any of my privateer press models in oil, so we're kind of making it up as I go a little bit, but that's okay. No brush licking. No, do not lick your brush. Yeah, you will be ingesting toxic chemicals should you decide to do so, so please don't. Sweet, sweet cadmium. Don't do it, Rhino. You've got too much to live for. Think of the stream. How you doing, Dabber Raccoon? Welcome in, Art of Bianca, and thank you so much for getting that shout-out done, Data Nerd. How are you doing today? We are experimenting. I've never done these particular colors, and I'm using a few oil paints that I haven't really used much yet. Just kind of having fun. Working on these new figures from the 3rd Privateer Press Warcaster Kickstarter that just arrived. Alright, let me try bringing in a little bit of titanium white and see how that affects what I've got going on. So that's going to be my final touch on these, and I want to make sure it looks good before I go applying to the rest of the model. I got the entire Gamblin' Radiant set, and the tube of white they give you is the 150 milliliter tube. This is literally all the white oil paint I'll ever use in my life. Received your Marcher World stuff this last week. Looking good. Need to get more game on the flipping table, though. Warcaster is one of the games that I'm, like, saddest to see not getting picked up more generally. I think a lot of people are reticent to get back into a Privateer Press game, but it's so fucking good. It's so good. It's unreasonably good. The gameplay in Warcaster is phenomenal. I love just putting it on the table and going, you know? Drop some white in here. A little bit up here. Bit too much, but oh well, who gives a shit? I'll just keep going. Oh, Sewer Creature, thank you so much for the reminder. Oh god. Oh no. The next 5 days to prep for the next show, so I'm looking forward to a nap. Oh man. Home stretch, huh? You got the Kickstarter 3 stuff, yeah? I only got the Eternus Continuum Chaos 3. I didn't go for the other factions for the Kickstarter. I figure when it makes sense, if it makes sense, I'll pick them up when they hit retail. Oh yeah, that should work nicely. Just want to grab these edges here a little bit. Not too much. Not too aggressively. An extra dab right there in the middle to brighten things up. Really burnt their bridges screwing the... I think we can all agree how that was handled to Square was really, really unfortunate. Privateer Press underwent one of the most rapid and violent falls from grace I have ever seen in a tabletop company. People were really unhappy with them. No, that was it. That was too much. That was too much white. It'll still work, but I won't go quite that high on the rest of these plates. Now, people spit a little bit when they hear Privateer Press mentioned, and it's sad because they do make good games and even good models. I know these are in metal, but the sculpts are very high quality, and I enjoy them quite a lot. And again, the gameplay of Warcaster is some of the most fun I've had with a tabletop game in quite some time. Yep, it's a lot of people do, Gus. A lot of game shops are just like, nah, we're not doing Privateer Press. Let's do a few of the deeper details before we continue on. Got myself a little cad red. Oh, you're extra oily today, huh? Just a touch. Really don't need much at all. Will I ever go back to painting acrylic? So I've done a few acrylic things recently. Like, acrylic paints definitely still have their place within my workflow. I will say though that I enjoy oils so much that when I do go back to acrylics, I often find myself thinking how much I'd rather just be working in oil. It's an incredibly rewarding medium. It has given me the confidence and the freedom and the sort of forgiveness to try advanced techniques that used to give me more anxiety over quote-unquote ruining an acrylic paint job. That in oil, it's like, oh, you messed up? Oh, don't worry about it. You can fix it real quick, like. No, it's true, White Wolf, and it's something that I've dealt with in trying to get people to even try playing Warcaster. The only reason I stick with the game myself is because I have a very good friend who's also really into the game, so I can always get games with him. If there were nobody playing it, I'd probably pick up a few of the models just because I like the sculpts, but otherwise likely wouldn't bother with it. Because trying to start like an actual gaming community around this game is worse than pulling teeth. And in truth, I don't believe, I think because of all those reasons, as you guys are talking about, I don't believe Warcaster probably has much of a future. Which I'm not, like, super happy to say or believe, but there it is, and I think it's probably true. I really just don't think it does. But, I like the models well enough, and again, I have a guaranteed player. I have someone I can always get a game with, so I just, you know, I enjoy it for what it is. I can hope that people will get into it, but I'm not sure I see that as very realistic. Models are all nice. I hate that they're in metal. I understand why they are, but whatever. As far as metal models go, they're very nice metal models. That has to count for something. Oh my god. Oh my god. Josh Foreman. Bringing the rain, as it were. Josh Foreman, welcome in. Probably stuck in ad hell for the moment, but I'm sure he'll be along shortly. Hey, Asri, Josh Foreman, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a good stream. Didn't get a chance to stop in myself to check it out. What were you working on? Something fun, I hope. I don't know why it wouldn't be something fun. Are there people who stream and they're like, I hate what I'm doing, I hate what I'm painting, none of this is fun, now let's paint it. That sounds like a great stream. Where nobody's enjoying themselves, you know? We can transparent scimitar and dagger. Ooh, interesting. Well, I hope it went well. I hope that you had an excellent stream, Josh, and thank you so much again for the raid. Thank you for bringing your people in. Welcome in, folks. If you haven't been here before, we're pretty chill. We're pretty laid back. We're fooling around. We're fooling around with some oil paints and some new models that just got to me from a Kickstarter that just completed. Trying to paint the horses for your black coach stuck on the less is more, and I don't know where to go for colors. So it's always helpful when I'm doing something natural like horses to take a look at pictures of actual horses and get an idea for specifically what they look like in sunlight. That might be helpful, but then you're doing like undead horses, so maybe not. Hard to say. Yeah, feel free to put a picture up on the Storm Report, and I will take a look at it and give any advice I am able to. Yeah, skeletal horses. I thought that might be the case. We're going to be doing some ghostly work on this guy when we get to him, because he's a two-part figure, but I'm mostly working on the primary figure at the moment. Speaking of which, let's have a little fun. Let's have a little fun. Have a little bit of our Radiant Lemon. Seem to get lemon on my brush without getting clumps, and I don't want clumps. That's a little better. And these out nice and soft. Shame I bought into a mostly metal war game. Yeah, it's, you know, people have different preferences. Metal models definitely have some drawbacks, they have some advantages. One of the greatest advantages to them, honestly, is that they let small businesses, small producers, produce some really nicely detailed figures for not much money. Which isn't necessarily the most help to the consumer on a modeling level, but I appreciate it. I'm hoping again that we see more and more and more Siocast figures, because they kind of open the market to a lot of people who wouldn't have been able to afford to produce high quality figures before. My hands are crazy shaky. You'll notice I'm always bracing my hands together. Automat. That's the biggest trick to dealing with shaky hands, in my opinion, is brace your hands together. Then your hands are both shaking in exactly the same way, and effectively your hands aren't shaking at all. I also make an A-frame with my elbows. Both my elbows are on the desk when I paint. And then the rest is just practice. Muddling my colors up a little bit here. Hang on. Give myself a new mix. Really dig this tune. I like the lyrics. They're very straightforward. I don't know why it is I like this tune as much as I do. This is Fury Weekend, isn't it? I'm pretty sure it is. Automatic Love. Excess should be pretty good. Ugh, I'm so sorry to hear that, Vergata Rum. Well, drive safe, man, and hopefully we hear from you when you get there. Yeah, metal models are definitely labor-intensive. It's like, I realize I'm a hypocrite because I'm sitting here painting metal models for Warcaster, but it's one of the reasons I've avoided Infinity is because it's all metal. It's just extra work. If I'm going to do a game with metal models, it's going to be a low model count game, so I just don't have to do that many of them. As far as I've seen, all the Infinity models are pretty damned high quality. I've never built one myself. I know they've released at least one larger vehicle thing in Siocast, and that's exciting. I've said before, and I stick by, if Infinity ever releases a full faction or a starter set that's all in Siocast, I'll jump in. Well, the MCP models are really, really ambitious for Styrane. They have super dynamic poses on them and a whole lot of detail, so yeah, they do end up taking a fair bit of work to prepare. Lots of fiddly little bits, but, I mean, really, really high quality for what they are. It isn't a vehicle, technically. A robot, what have you. Something big. Looks like the tip of his sword is actually a little messy, and I didn't clean it up properly before I primed it, so I'm just kind of working around that. Okay. Just something to be aware of. Barely as tall as a human for a robot. That's a big fucking robot. Imagine that robot standing in front of you and saying, it's not that big. A quadrupedal robot that comes up to head height and feeling like it's not that big. Now, that's a big robot. Well, those are very, very... Those are massive. This is all relative. We quit playing Infinity because the guy hosting lost a few matches to the new guy playing. Oh, was that like a straight-up rage quit scenario? That sucks. How dare you? How dare you beat me at this? Don't you know that your purpose in being a newbie is to lose to me? I mean, obviously, that's the only reason we host games, right? Alright, a little radiant turquoise. Let's start working on other pieces here. Like, why do we even play war games if it's not to abuse the rules against people who don't know what they're doing and pat our egos by beating people who never stood a chance? I thought that that was everyone's goal. I mean, that does sound like a rage quit, whether it was an outward rage quit or not. It could be a rage quit while still being very quiet outwardly. I'm always embarrassed a little bit if I'm introducing, like, you know what happens? You're introducing someone to a game, so you play a game, and you end up winning because you know, have played the game, and you're not just handing them the game necessarily, which a lot of people would find to be kind of off-putting, but I always feel embarrassed if I'm introducing someone to a game and then I beat them in it. Because it's like, you know, I mean, the reason is obvious. They didn't know what they were doing. It wasn't really a game, it was a learning game, but still. It's a bad feeling. If someone came into the game brand new and genuinely kicked my ass, I would be stoked. Have been. That's happened to me a few times, and it's always kind of exciting. That's somebody who's going to give me a run for my money right there. Make me work for every victory point. Well, you know, I respect the notion that winning can be some people's form of fun. We all play games for different reasons, and as much as I am a proponent of the notion that you shouldn't care whether you win or lose in a friendly game, where, you know, most of what you're getting out of it is the socialization of it, for some people, winning a game is part of the fun. And, you know, it's about being healthy about it. It's about not letting that become the overriding goal that prevents you from enjoying the other aspects of playing it. I had one game against somebody where it was very much a learning game. I was teaching them to play, and it was literally just a matter of the dice loved me that night. And it was very much like, well, we're just going to go with what the dice say, and I just obliterated them. It was just one thing after another. It was at least humorous enough and obvious enough that nobody got their feelings hurt, but it was just silly. Here's how you would do this. Oh, you would have just been completely annihilated this turn. Well, and I think being very clear about what's a learning game and what's a competitive game is also very important, Amish Dig. Setting it out ahead of time, like, we're doing a learning game, so we're gonna, like... And what I like to do in those is not even play necessarily... Like, play according to the rules, but not necessarily according to the sequence of an actual game. Like, do a roll, and then go, okay, now let's go back to the beginning of this roll and examine what would have happened if it had gone differently, and do another roll, you know, and just really detach victory from the gameplay as much as possible. Hey, Nocturnal, how you doing? Good to see you, man. MCP, yeah. I don't know. I never really got all that into Marvel Crisis Protocol. It's a good game. It's well put together. But it is also very, very swingy. And it's also very synergy heavy, so, like, the difference between a player who knows what they're doing and a player who doesn't is fucking massive. His little A little pistol that he wears on his back here. You barely notice when you're building the damn thing. Practice oils on them, then sell it. It's not a bad idea. I think that MCP models, if there's any real benefit to those super popular IP games, it's that they retain more resale value than most other systems. I'm not really big into games that are attached to major IPs anymore. Like, I paint Star Wars minis, but I don't really paint them to play Star Wars. I paint them because I like the minis. But yeah, they do retain value better just because a lot of the time, like, you know, it's the characters that are popular, and there's a huge amount of public recognition of the IP. Everybody knows who Wolverine is. Because generally speaking, the moment you buy a model, like as soon as you break the seal on the box, it starts to lose value. Rapidly. Sharply, for that matter. Less is more, more is way too much. And I've been at way too much a few times tonight. So let's bring it down. Hey, Valfera, good to see you. Unless it, yeah, that's a good point, Gimishkar. Outside of very, very particular circumstances, but then I suppose the exception proves the rule. Hey, Leaf Painting, how you doing today, man? Wonderful to see you in chat. Leaf Painting, here's a guy who knows his way around an oil palette. Holy hell. I sent you a message, Leaf, I don't know if you saw it. I was wondering if you might tell me what oil recipe it is you used for the armor on that Nagash you did a while back. It's so very, very pleasing. Yeah, browsing pro-painted on eBay for a good laugh, that's an old pastime. Turns out literally anybody can just write the words or type the words pro-painted. and they don't actually mean anything at all. Is that Hanzo fellow from whatchamacallit? This is, Phaetheon? The Whisper of Death from the new Privateer Press Kickstarter. He has 2 models for 1 unit. It is, this guy is the primary model that I'm working on here, slowly building up the colors, really just starting on one side. And then, when he dies, he turns into this ghosty wraithy man, which we haven't started working on quite yet. Which is a very, very neat model. Which makes me think we should start working on the rest of his armor. Jay Schaefer. From Overwatch? I don't think I've ever played Overwatch, Gimishkar. Is that a character in it? Okay, yeah, sure, it is that. It's the one. Jay Schaefer. Thank you so much for the resub. Yo, indeed. You know what, to Square, I saw it the first time, and I consciously decided not to laugh at it or draw any attention to it. Just so you know. I saw it. I mean, anything from Blizzard is probably an overrated game, to be fair, but maybe that's just my edgelord speaking. Say the edgelord in me, but that's like most of me, so... Blizzard has undergone its own fall from grace somewhat recently. Couldn't have happened to a more deserving group of assholes. Man, I miss the good old days of Blizzard. I miss the good old days of so many things, but Blizzard is a big one for me. I really miss the good old days of Blizzard. That was the business. StarCraft, Warcraft 3, Warcraft 2. These games were amazing. Yeah, that's right. They were supposed to give us a StarCraft Ghost game where you played as Nova. That never happened, did it? To have all the second Kickstarter weapons modeled. I believe I have all of them done now, minus like a couple of the crazier Empyrean ones that I stalled on because I don't play Empyreans. I definitely have all of the Marcher Worlds, Eternus Continuum, and Iron Star Alliance ones done up, and they should be on the online repository. I remember getting to the end of what would it have been? Warcraft 2, Tides of Darkness, and there was that goofy little advertisement for StarCraft with the 2 Terrans getting killed by like a Zergling or something, and then the Protoss cruiser coming overhead. I love you, Sarge. Are these for Warcaster? Yes, these are. So I do play some Warcaster leaf painting. A buddy of mine got me into the game. Good friend of mine. And when we hang out, we often play a couple rounds of Warcaster. He plays Iron Star Alliance predominantly. I play Eternus Continuum predominantly. Oh, fuck. Uh-oh. Oh, this isn't good. This isn't good, chat. Remember how disappointed you were being in this stream a few minutes ago? Well, now there are hundreds of people, apparently, who are going to share in that emotion. Rainer, how are you? Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you for bringing your people in. How was your stream? What were you working on? It's always disappointment here. That's what we specialize in. Disappointment and shame. We embrace it. We embrace it, because I feel like that's probably healthier than feeling it anyway and not being able to do anything about it, right? Conceivably? I don't know. Maybe I need to be medicated. I can't possibly say. How was your stream? I hope you got some good business done. As always, I would love to see some of your work if you felt like popping it over in the Storm Report. But do not feel particularly required to stick around. Sounds like you've been working for a while. I'm looking forward to seeing your work in the Storm Report, Sewer Creature. You have a fantastic evening.
Here at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
And more, and more, and more. It's pretty amazing, really, the way we can multiply something quite like that. We're just doing a little bit of oil work over here today, folks. Just got the new Kickstarter in from Privateer Press. Take care of your pup. Yeah, no, dude, please, go live your life outside of Twitch. You know, there's this wonderful thing called the outside. You can go out your front door and get there. We tend to forget about it. Some of us are even allergic to it. And give the puppers a little scritch for me while you're at it. Pretty please. I suppose everything's a relative target number. I tend to agree with you, though. It pretty much just burns me to a cinder, so I tend to avoid it myself. Well, Rainer, thank you again for the raid. Thank you again for bringing your folk over. Again, I hope you had a fantastic stream, and please do pass along the scritches. Please do, just one right behind the ear, you know, and then right under the point of the chin. Those are from me. Make sure they know. Make sure Pupper knows those are from me, too. If you take credit, I'll find out. And there will be consequences. I don't know what sort. I don't know when. I don't know how severe, but something. Let's take a step back to a little blendy blend. Keeping the work going. It's hard to get them fresh up here, Gimishkar. Oh, this blending brush has green on it. Why am I doing that? I don't want that. Hey, Mr. Altier. How are you doing today? No context at all, just maniacal laughter, White Wolf? I don't know how to feel about that. I know how I do feel, and that's mildly alarmed. No problem at all, Automat. We're just glad to have you here. Do 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 do. Did anyone see that the Muppets movie that came out, I guess, a number of years back, with that dude from How I Met Your Mother, whose name I can't remember, whose name I probably should remember because he's been in a number of things now. I think it was after Disney acquired them. Jason Segel, thank you. Yes, yes, yes. Fantastic. Thank you so much for that. I look forward to seeing him. It was fine. That was my question. Wait, Neil Patrick Harris? Wait, was he in one? Neil Patrick Harris has been in, like, everything. Are you thinking of Starship Troopers Wombat Combat? That's an easy mistake to make. Maybe you're thinking of Harold and Kumar Go to White Castle? It was fine. Oh, okay. That's not exactly a glowing review. I was curious about it, because it came and went, and it kind of unremarked, and I didn't pay any attention to it. I think it's available on one of my, it's available on streaming right now, and I was curious if it was even worth looking at or not. From the sound of it, it may not be. Seen Muppets movies that are more grounded than Harold. Well, yeah. Yeah, Shock. Those weren't exactly hyper-realist films, to be fair. I don't care what people say. I'm still excited to see Men. Alex Garland is such an incredibly talented writer-director combo. Ex Machina. I mean, going all the way back to 28 Days Later, which is a fantastic movie. But then, yeah, Ex Machina, Dread, which was pretty much all Alex Garland's work. Annihilation. He's done something else. I'm trying to think of what. Something he's known for that I can't think of now. The movie is called Men, Gimishkar. It's the name of the film. I haven't watched anything new in a while. Well, I mean, Batman, I guess, is the last thing I really watched that was new. Prior to that, probably The Green Knight. Yeah, well, you know, A24 is just like, I don't know. They haven't steered me too wrong yet. I think there's only one A24 movie I've seen that I really didn't like. And even then, I think it's fair to say it was still a quality production, even if I wasn't a huge fan of the film. Hit or miss for me. Yeah, I mean, but you know, that's the nature of productions that are genuinely artistic and experimental. If they're not doing anything risky, it's not going to be interesting. And if it's risky, it isn't always going to work. That's the very nature of it. You know, Jay Schaefer, thank you for the reminder. Let's work on something we haven't been working on so far. Do a couple of quick little blendy blends. Get that out of the way. We're going to want to darken up some spots here too. Go. A bit in here. A little bit up around here. Nothing too major. If, you know, like, there are movies out there, there are movie production companies that take zero risks. Like, say, everything Disney does. They so rarely take any risks. The last time Disney took a risk, and as much as I complain about the movie, as much as I dislike the movie, I respect the fact that they did it. And it's The Last Jedi. It's a terrible movie. I think that, like, as a movie by itself that has nothing to do with Star Wars, it's probably a perfectly fine movie, minus a couple of particular plot points that are really fairly irritating. But there's huge portions of that movie are interesting ideas. And, but you make it Star Wars, you connect it to something that people love that way. We don't want subversion in our Star Wars. So the last time Disney took a risk, they got dinged hard for it. They got knocked back, and I don't see them doing that essentially ever again. But, you know, what the hell do I know? Maybe they will. But they're not risk takers. At all. Alright, I got Phthalo Blue down, so I'm going to come in with some Radiant Green and try to get a turquoise effect on the cloak. Should watch The Lobster. What are we talking about, Gimishkar? Which lobster? Where? You're fond of me lobster, right? If you're telling me I should watch The Lighthouse, I already have many times. It's a fantastic movie. I love watching it. Speaking of A24 Productions, is The Lobster a film? I'm not familiar with it. I've been told I should watch Pig with Nicolas Cage. Nick Cage, who he works more than almost anybody in Hollywood, it seems like, and he'll do virtually anything. He never phones in his performance, but he's often given shit to work with, and when he does a movie that's really good, he can deliver some truly amazing performances. I was a huge fan of Mandy. I've heard good things about Pig, but I have not yet seen it. The Woman from the Mummy. Wait, which mummy? Are we talking about the Brendan Fraser mummy, the only one that's really worth watching? I just hope we're not talking about the Tom Cruise mummy. Well, yeah, even in the pretty awful writing that comprises the Ghost Rider films, even though the second one was a lot more fun than I expected it to be. Ghost Rider Spirit of Vengeance, that movie was a lot more fun than I expected it to be, or I feel like it had any real right to be. Though it was done by a pretty talented action director, the same guy or guys who did Crank and Crank 2, which are also very amusing. I'm glad you feel that way, Gimishkar. Sort of like the whole cinematic universe it was meant to kick off. That's not gonna happen. All I can think of with Nick Cage is the episode of Community asking if he's good or not. Yeah. When Abed tries to analyze. Yeah. And Nick Cage is truly anomalous. He's both good and bad. It's hard to tell. He is a good actor, though. Like, he genuinely is. When he tries, he can deliver some amazing performances. The quality of a Nick Cage performance, I believe, is dependent almost entirely on the director he's working with. Or maybe not the quality of a Nick Cage performance, but a final product. Whether he delivers... Like, he will perform bad material well. And he always gives it his all. I can't think of a time that he's delivered just like a terrible performance. It might be a good performance of shit writing. In which case, it's hardly fair to blame the man. I'm trying to think of what's a bad Nick Cage performance. I can think of bad movies, but he's always good in them for what he is doing. Deadfall. What's Deadfall, Chewie? I feel like I'm way out of the loop tonight. Everybody's talking about shit I haven't heard of. Deadfall sounds like a video game. Is anyone out there playing that game, V Rising, that isometric vampire RPG? And if you are, can you tell me if it's worth playing if I really don't want to do multiplayer? Because I was looking at it and it seems like a really cool idea. It seems really fun. But if I have to play multiplayer, I'm just like, I'm out. I'm not doing it. And looking at it, it seems like maybe that's the case. His whole performance... His performance in Ghost Rider is the best part of the movie, Dabber Raccoon. It's not great, but again, the material is garbage. He is at least trying. He's doing something interesting. Just kind of flipping out. His whole first transformation sequence is entertaining as I just wiped oil paint right across my nose. Took off what? I'll take a shower after this, I guess. Doesn't look too bad in the camera. I think I'll survive. What's that movie where he played a crusader along with Hayden Christensen? He was super flat in that movie. That might be one of the worst performances I've ever seen from him. I didn't watch the whole thing because it sucked. I watched like maybe 20 minutes in, and then I was out of there. I was done. I was gone. The one with the witch? I feel like... I can't think of the name of any of them. You say that, and I'm like, I feel like that's like 2 or 3 different movies. It might have been Season of the Witch? Is that possibly the name of it? I don't know. Well, slow progress is still progress. And we are making it. I want to try something before we go over to the storm report, which is going to happen in about 13 minutes. Specifically, I want to grab myself some of this here phthalo green. Do a little work on Mr. Screaming Skull here. Speaking of Ghost Rider. This guy's got a major Ghost Rider aesthetic going on. And I just want to see how his skull looks in the green that I'm intending to do. He may end up being easier to do than his armored version. Now, what's strange to me, I realize as I start to paint on his skull, is that he has the same pattern on his skull that his other version has on his helmet. Which I guess you can only barely see it because I've only started to pick it out on his helmet on the left, but it's the same little keyhole pattern on his forehead. Season of the Witch. Yeah. I don't think I saw that one. I'm probably thinking of Outcast. That sounds right. It had Hayden Christensen. They played Crusaders. It was awful. I got far enough in to realize that Nick Cage didn't give a shit about what he was doing in the movie, and I was like, I'm good. He was kind of boring in, what was it, Willy's Wonderland? I think that's what it was called. The one that was kind of aping off the banana splits. Season of the Witch was with Ron Perlman. Okay. Yeah, actually a fairly amusing Banana Splits horror movie at that. Bitter Brush, how you doing today, man? Thank you for the reminder. Welcome in. I thought the Banana Splits movie was actually a lot of fun. It was super dark. It had some good some good, like, torturous kills in it, too, which is what you're after in a movie like that, ultimately. How you doing today, Bitterbrush? Oh my god, what's up, Beavis? Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Let's thin that down a little bit. I don't want to bring in any paint clumps or nothing. Doesn't even have a mouth. He's got like a mouthpiece. Again, it looks like his helmet became the skull. Like he still has the features of the face mask on his skull face. It's an interesting model overall. Like a bit of a Phantom Spaceman vibe to him. Phantom Spaceman. There's nothing wrong with enjoying bad movies, Peanut. There's nothing wrong with that at all. For that matter, there's nothing wrong with just, I mean, there are plenty of movies out there that are objectively shit that I have a lot of fun watching. Exactly, Bitterbrush. Oh, he's got Phantom Spaceman flipped over. He's really giving it to him. Maybe that's some kind of submission hold? I don't know. Good old Venture Brothers. Oh, thank you, Shock. Gimishkar, you have a fantastic evening. Thank you, as always, for hanging out. It's always a delight to see you in chat. Yeah, I'm thinking about that, Achilles. Because I'm always looking for, like, you know, what kind of content should I even make? And that seems like a good niche to fill. Well, League of Extraordinary Gentlemen was a particularly stupid movie, which is, I think, the problem that you run into there. There are a surprising number of people in this world who consider themselves film buffs who are, for whatever reason, incapable of letting go and enjoying just a dumb but fun movie. I think people take themselves too seriously. That's just my opinion, though. You're allowed to like dumb things, folks. It's okay. It is allowed. Let me put down some base reds here as we are just about at Storm Report time. Just because I want them to cure a little bit so I can come back in later and do some blending without having to worry too much about them. Get my cadmium reds in. Do like to give myself some time between steps on oil painting sometimes. If you let it cure for a couple hours, you're going to have less of a problem with overblending, which is maybe the issue I run into the most. I will overblend and make mud, as the great Bob Ross would say. Hey, what's up, Matt Yee? How you doing? Get his arc receiver backpack. Making an emote for 8-Bit. Is he joining the Blanky party? Or is he too cool for us? 8-Bit is pretty cool. He might be too cool for the Blanky party. I can't say for sure. I mean, who doesn't love a good blankie, really? You show me a man who doesn't like a good blankie, and I'll show you a fucking liar. See, Flight Sim, Race Sim, he's not a liar. He knows. He heard about the Blanky Party, and he fucking signed up. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, my friend. I hope you're having a good one. Just finish putting down some of these reds so they can cure a bit, and then I can work around them. This guy's gonna be red all fucking over by the time I'm done with him. Oh, there's another spot on his knees. This is just sort of the aesthetic of the Warcaster minis, is they got lots of little glowing parts on them. And that's gonna take some extra work to make those pop out. Trying to leave a lot of dark spaces so that I can have the glow actually look decent. And that's always a bit of a challenge. But still, this isn't a bad start for one night's work on Giant Sword Guy. Couple of hours fooling around, trying out some new recipes. I am indeed Flight Sim. Yeah, this is something we were just talking about, was there aren't many good, like, resources, tutorials, videos for specifically getting started oil painting miniatures. Grim Nation Hobbies has a few things. James Wapple has... I love Wapple's content, but it's not very directed. It's all usually, like, pieces cut out of a stream that he was doing. But I'm looking to produce some more YouTube content, and we might end up going with, like, so you wanna oil paint a mini, because there are definitely some beginner lessons to be learned. I haven't really made that much progress on this guy tonight, kind of mostly on his sword. I'm gonna work on the glow effects and then go back to the armor plates to figure out how high I want to bring them. This is my first time doing the glowy Eternus Continuum in oil, so I'm really just kind of fudging it, but he's coming along. There's like no detail on his chest or face right now, so it looks like he just has a dark void there. So you wanna be... Oh, Chewy, you've played Quest for Glory, you wonderful person. And yeah, Flight Sim, we do, and Kaylee, of course a Blanky party. Who gets into a Blanky without snacks? Who do you think you're talking to? Come on, Kaylee. It's good to see you, by the way. I'm not wiping paint on myself, Ham. I keep doing that. I have such a bad habit of touching my face with my gloved hands. But yeah, Flight Sim, we do a lot of oil painting around these parts. The next 2 streams I'm going to have on Tuesday and Thursday, we're going to be recreating this paint scheme that I did on this dwarf. This was like a 30-minute oil paint job. So I'm going to be kind of assembly line painting a bunch of these dudes. I'll be doing solo paint work on this pair of models in oils for the next little while. This is his basic version, and then this is his spirit version. When he dies, he turns into the spirit version. If you need tips, I'm always happy to help. We recently finished off, and I need to varnish him and do my final photography so I can actually send out some of these models that people won on our last giveaway. But we have recently been oil painting the Darth Vader, and these have come out pretty damn nice. I'm really very, very happy with where these models wound up. Particularly now that I've adjusted the glow on the one on the left somewhat. I remain really very, very pleased with this model. I think this one was a long time coming and was a lot of fun to paint. Yeah, I managed to do this in 30 minutes, which was the goal. I was like, how fast can I knock out one dwarf that looks okay? Doesn't have to look great, has to look okay. And this is just for a grunt dwarf. I need to come in and finish the crystals. They need They need a little bit more love. I'm not totally happy with how the base color came out. I think the color for it is okay. How I built it up needs to be addressed, but I've got about 20 more dwarfs that I need to do in this scheme. I'm going to be starting that on Tuesday, and a lot of them have these hammers, which I'm going to try to do like an internal heat glow effect on. Is going to be the goal, but I need to keep it down around 30 minutes because I got to do 20 dwarves, and I just don't want to spend the rest of my life doing them, you know? I think it's a neat scheme, though. And we're going to be doing more of our Eternus Continuum as I figure out what the fuck I'm doing with this paint scheme on this guy. It's coming along slowly, but it is coming along. Alright. Alright. That'll do us for our painting for tonight. At any rate. You still got a little something for you, though. Do a quick little clean on... Only use, like, 4 brushes total tonight, 2 of which are blending brushes. It's true, Yi. Mafik dropped some thick thighs just for you, buddy. Everyone in chat was like, where's Matt Yi? Where's Matt Yi? We can't do the Storm Report without Yi. Why has he abandoned us? What is wrong with him? And we had kind of like a little bit of an emotional outburst. We cried together, which was touching. We all sort of grew closer through that particularly traumatic experience. Yes, why? Why has Yi forsaken us? It's a question I ask every day, really. All right, let me scoot these guys to the back. Now we didn't start our Luke tonight, but we do have this guy in the near future, our limited edition Luke Skywalker. This will be a fun time. But yeah, Flight Sim, Race Sim. We do a lot of oil painting here, and I'm always happy to give tips. I tend to start my paint jobs on stream and take them as far as I can go. And again, this week I'll be doing a whole lot of quick painting with it, with oils. So if you feel like coming back, you feel like hanging out, I'll be more than happy to explain my process. I'm far from an expert. I really kind of make it up as I go, but I'm getting better. Getting better with each model, I feel like. Let me pack up my oils a bit here so I don't go jamming my elbow into them as I am wont to do. And let's have a look at what folks have been posting to the Storm Report since last time. Riot Sister, thank you for the reminder. Oh, God. Oil paints, the main issue I have is the drying time always catching me out. Yeah, it's a long, long, long time. Oil paints don't cure for at least a day, possibly a couple of days. There are things you can do about that. You can reduce the curing time by mixing with primarily solvent, and I like to use a palette that has a... not wax paper, but parchment paper, which leaches some of the oil and the solvent out of the paint, which decreases the dry time. Generally speaking, the oils that I use, again, if you mix with solvent, you use your parchment paper. It can be cured to handle reasonably in about 24 hours, but you're gonna want to let it sit for a few days before you varnish it at a minimum to make sure that everything is cured out. Yeah, like, look, I didn't do that, Yi. I didn't do... Did I think it? Yes. Did I say it? No. I just interjected the word cure because this is more accurate. You can let me actually before you actually me back, sir. Alright, let's check out the Storm Report.
Alright, Locusts and Gentlemechs, get ready to feast your eyes on glor paint and wet palettes with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report. Brought to you by viewers like you. Alright. Actually, let me move this entirely out of my way, because I'm gonna jam my elbow into it anyway, if it's not away from the right side of my work area. I'm gonna make sure I'm not slamming my oil rack into the wall. Scoot that out of the way. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Up first from Mafik. Like what people once say, can't have shit in Detroit. Quoting Arden. Okay. Ion Storm Maker. Space tank version Void Broken. Got some of those AP rocket pods. It can fly. Yeah, sure. It's a hard hat. It's a giant hard hat with treads and an Ion Storm Maker. A weather dominator powered by ions. And just look at this. Look at this Nick Fury slime. Rocking out over here with the eye patch, with the beret, with just the most pleased, the most self-satisfied look I've ever seen on a slime's face. Reference from Metal Slug 3. Oh, that would explain why I would miss it. Mafik. I played Metal Slug a whole lot in 1998. And I don't think I've played almost any Metal Slug from that. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Amish Stig. The hard hat makes me think of the Mega Man enemies. The little robots with little hats and they'd pop up, you know, little construction guys. I'm going to enjoy making so many ion storms. That is look on his face. Who made the... Somebody had to make the beret and the eye patch for the slime. I don't see the slime making his own eye patch. One of these gentlemen made that eye patch for him and then put it on him. Is he actually missing an eye? Maybe Mafik can answer this. Is he actually missing an eye? Or is he just wearing this as an affectation? Or is he even wearing it? Has he turned part of his slime body into the eye patch? There's a slime outfitter somewhere. Maybe that's what we... This is what we need to see, Mafik. We need to see the slime outfitters. The man who makes a living making the accessories and clothing bits for the slimes across the multiverse. Okay, it's a reference to a specific character, which of course makes sense, but I still want to see the slime outfitters. Just like rack upon rack of slime-specific pieces of clothing and slimes shopping for the next costume. I think that most of I've always thoroughly enjoyed the slimes in each of these pieces. God, an ion storm. Why would you attach that to a tank? Is it that short ranged? It seems like such an incredibly powerful weapon to put on a tank. Good lord. That might imply there's a black market slime outfitter, right? Like wearing an overcoat. What are you buying? Alright. I don't even know why that makes me chuckle as much as it does. Here we have from Dark Traveler, the new office setup. Ooh, I'll buy that for a high price. How does he open the coat? Greymail, you're asking all the wrong questions. It really doesn't matter. Oh my god. Well, shit, this is an alright looking setup. You got plenty of natural light coming through. Who doesn't mind that? Oof, nice big... Is that a curved monitor? Wait, is that two monitors? Or that's one big curved monitor you have there, isn't it? Damn. Nice permanent paint setup here. We got some paint racks. We got some extra drawers. Who doesn't need some more drawers? This is just one gigantic monitor. What's the resolution on it? That is a big old beast. We got our tower all the way back here, and we're right next to... I'm hoping we're not next to the front door. That seems like that would be terribly interruptive. I'm gonna guess this is back door. 34-inch curved. Oof. I need drawers. Well, Riot Sister, that sounds like a personal problem. You should probably, do your laundry more often. Fantastic looking office, Dark Traveler. And again, lots of natural light. Never a bad thing. Though, still feeling like maybe some light arches could help you out. Or once the sun goes down. Resolution, literally everything. Here we have from Furion, first time messing with decals, fiddly, very, very fiddly. It takes practice. It absolutely takes practice. This red is gorgeous, by the way. I love the snow effects on the bases we have here, Furion. The best advice I can give for doing decals is pick out a series of them that you don't particularly care that much about, and practice putting them on flat or curved surfaces. Old Space Marine shoulder pads are a good way to practice
Get yourself some Microset and Microsol. They're a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful product. Wait, which one does which? The Microset will separate it from its backing really, really well, and also a little bit of that on the surface will help you to then apply and slide it around. The Microsol will then slightly dissolve the decal and help it conform to the shape of whatever surface you're putting it on. Now, that said, you know, the application of it does seem pretty good to me. Can't really see this angle on the Cyclops, but we can see it on the Marauder. We can see it on the Dragon. Stands out nicely. You left the surrounding area dark so the white stands out. I mean, shit. Seems effective to me. The Banshee, shrouded in shadow. Just takes practice. Yeah, I always mix them up, target number, but I'm glad I got it right this time. Microset, that's the one you use every single time. Microsol is it doesn't want to fit this surface. Apply it, maybe dab it a little bit with like a Q-tip, and you can get it to fit some fairly odd surfaces that way. Play at 1440p because 4K takes way too much FPS. And in the future, when GPUs... I mean, it's only recently, Flight Sim, that most of us have acquired the ability to actually, like, purchase GPUs again. We were in... I mean, the supply still isn't great, but it got real bad thanks to the crypto miners for a while. Awesome, Dark Traveler. I'm looking forward to seeing it. Alright, here we got from O'Coral for those burger lovers out there. Oh my god. What? I'm not entirely turned off by all of these. That's the best thing I can say about this image. I'm not entirely turned off by all of them. What do we got up here? We got like eggs and we got slices of banana. Like that, it's not my first choice, but I would take a bite out of it. I wouldn't any of these that appear to have fucking ice cream in them. Or a layer of olives, for God's sake, which, I mean, clearly this whole thing is made just to fuck with my brain. I'm just saying, I would take a bite out of that. I've heard worse combinations. I'm not exactly excited by any of them, though, so why don't we just, let's you know what, let's not besmirch the good name of the burger any more than we have to. Here we have from Amish Steak Bit the Bullet, joined the fabulous Marine Initiative this year, and step one in getting ready, there we go, is Printer Go brrr, 26 hours in, and the truck that will be the basis of a parade float is looking good. I am so happy with the second fan, 0.3mm nozzle modifications, and what it did to improve print quality on the X- side, plate edge to the camera's lower left. Getting some stringing after the heat wave hit, 80 degrees, oof, rough. 95 today, but that'll be easy to clean up. Regardless of how proud of this machine I am, I'm always open to this tweak would up its game suggestions, specifically given that our host prints commercially. Oh, you mean... Oh, this is just a link to the same. Okay. Yeah. I do a little bit. Look at these tires. Those are looking pretty nice. A parade float for 40k Fabulous Marines. I can't help but be curious about this. Pregnancy burgers. Okay, that makes sense as far as the joke being the crazy shit that pregnant women get cravings for. That at least explains why someone would think that was funny. Because some of those flavor combinations are, oh god. GSI decal solution seems to work better than the Microsol and Microset. Really? The Microsol and Microset are the only ones that I've used, so I couldn't possibly compare and contrast. I'm fairly low on both of them, so maybe I'll try another brand. I mean, I'm much lower on the micro set, obviously, because you use the sol so very, very rarely. Well, a little bit of stringing ain't bad. Well, see, the thing about stringing on models like this, though, like, I barely even care when it happens. You take the model, you take a lighter, you wave the lighter by the model, the strings are all gone. It's like magic. Still, nice looking tuning. You're using rafts, I can't help but notice. No, like, you don't want that beautiful glassy bottom surface? Because personally, I'm in love with that Amish Stig. If you can get away without using rafts, I definitely would. I don't know. As far as tweaks go, though, yours at this point is more tweaked than mine. My Neptune 2s are damn near stock these days. I made a lot of modifications to my first 3D printer, and I'll tell you what, honestly, the more I've used 3D printers, the more I've come to believe that they don't really need much modification. The vast majority of them, if you just tune them properly, will print really, really well with standard settings. And I think Alex over at Steel Warrior is pretty much on the same page as me at this point. Like, little quality of life prints, like spool holders, sure. Legs to level them out, sure. A pull handle that you can put on the front 2 screws so that you can move the plate without having to pinchy finger it, sure, okay, but none of them are really necessary. I agree, Metalcore, well-tuned, and with files made by people who are making, who 3D print themselves. I think there are too many files out there in the wild being made by people who don't actually operate printers. But that's, you know, a little bit of a pet peeve of mine still. Damn good looking quality so far. Wave a lighter over those strings, get that bitch assembled, and show us what you got, Amish Stig. Yeah, that's an option for Gataron. You split them in half, and then you put them together, and that way you have that nice top surface on both of them. Oh, I see. Ugly on support side. Support Z was not visible. Big flat surfaces have more zits than a teenager with poor hygiene. Layer in blobbing and whatnot. Brims, the tires aren't flat on the bedside. They're kind of cupped by supports. Okay, yeah. And that's again, when I make my files, when I make tires, I make one side that is meant to sit flat very, very specifically, because I don't like using supports, I don't like using rafts. Here we have from Magnatorius Maximus Cybran Knight, our very own Metalcore Collectibles. Well, the 3rd shop anniversary here means an updated group shot in the photo booth is no longer sufficient, so I had to get crafty. By the way, congratulations on the 3rd anniversary. Holy crap, I mean, we're going to be coming up on that ourselves before too much longer. Time seems to keep moving faster and faster. Worked out pretty good overall. I think I need to work on some more mechs to balance this out. There's a lot of vehicles. There's a lot of vehicles. And I mean, in fairness, like, some of these, a big chunk of this photo are these big rigs here. And you added this, like, on a whim. the ratio would not be quite so off had this not happened out of nowhere. But I think they're a fantastic addition. These are some of the better vehicles in the lineup. But man, look at all the options. And all the variants. And we got the Desert Runners worked in here. We got these bad boy little utility vehicles. We got the Sprinter tanks. Oh man, what a product line. Now, if you're saying you want to make more mechs, I'm not going to stop you. I think that's a fantastic idea. Your design so far is so good looking. I love the Reckoning back here. All in all, a fantastic collection. Data Nerd, thank you so much for putting that link up, folks. If you haven't checked out Metalcore Collectibles, if you like 6mm wargaming, you like Battletech in particular, go check it out. Not just physicals these days, but STLs too, for those of us with resin printers at home. Yeah, the Optimus scheme is particularly nice, isn't it? He snuck in there. He stands out a little bit, considering literally everything else is blue. And a sail, damn right. That 3rd anniversary. Didn't have much luck with it on the spaceships. They curled just enough that you had gaps. So Amish Stig, I cheat a little bit when it comes to surface adhesion, and you might have seen it if you were here for the BRB screen. I use a little bit of Aquanet on the glass plate. I find that it helps my surface adhesion quite a lot. Also, if you dial up the flow of your first layer by like 10% to get that extra squish, it can give you a little bit of an elephant's foot, but it can also ensure that your first layer is nice and flat. Here we have from Project Dark Fox. Short description, but I'm back to work more or less. Was commissioned to draw some Earthsiege stuff. Here's a Samson Herc. Man, I haven't seen... I hadn't even thought about Earthsiege in years. Earthsiege for me, and I think for a lot of people, got eclipsed behind Starsiege that came from it. And then Starsiege Tribes, and, well, I mean, you know, Starsiege was Earthsiege, but then Starsiege Tribes really got a lot of popularity, then disappeared for a long time, and then they did that free-to-play Starsiege Tribes Ascend that I really enjoyed when it first came out, but I got out of it, and I don't know the state of that game now. I don't even know if the servers are still active. Oh yeah, it's sporting a gun or two, isn't it, Shock? Well, nice work on this. You definitely captured, like, the Hercs are... Their designs were always a little bit awkward, but you've actually made this look better than the original. They tend to be very, very stiff, so getting much motion or shading out of them can be a damn challenge, but you nailed the shapes project, Dark Fox. I love the perspective that we have on these two weapons here in particular. I did skip Tribes 2. Tribes 2 came and went so fast, though, forgot. Did people even play Tribes 2? I remember when it came out, I got it, I played it a little bit, and I feel like I couldn't find games in almost no time at all. I miss Tribes, though. I really do. Tribes Ascend was pretty solid. There was no Tribes 3. What are you saying, White Wolf? That's not a thing. You're just saying words. You're just putting numbers after words and expecting it to make sense, and I won't stand for it. Here we have from Rio Hassenpfeffer. He burned down half the city just to prove he was right, and burned the other half just for fun. Tribes 4, there we go. Yeah, this is a fun game. Tribes 5, who doesn't remember that? Jesus Christ. Oh, man. This is a really cool, like, stylized Johnny Silverhand, yeah? I like that it isn't just a photorealistic rendition of Keanu. This is a highly artistic work done by Rio. I'm a fan of how there are occasional little, like, glitched out hard edges worked in here. The real rough blocking. The shading that is a combination of, like, a magenta and a cyan in some areas. It's almost like looking at an image that's meant to be viewed through 3D glasses, the way the edges are slightly blurred into that blue-magenta spectrum. The yellow background showing through. I love the sort of ragged edges on the dog tags and the very sharp... It's clear that it's, you know... We're working with the essential features of Keanu's face shape here, but it's still a unique and stylized work. You've been doing so much hair lately, too. I think this works particularly well, because we have these flowing shapes, and almost nowhere else on here do we get the flowing shapes. Even when we're coming down across the curve of the forearm, our sketch lines go bam, and they end in these jagged sort of crosses. This is cool! Tribes 54. Yeah, who could forget that classic? I remember it for Wrong. I just don't remember it sticking around very long. I feel like Tribes 2 came out, and then the franchise was forgotten about almost immediately. And then years and years and years would go by, and then Tribes Ascend would happen. Rio, this is fucking gorgeous, man. I mean, all your work is impressive, but oof. This is a little different from what we usually see at it. Well, for one, it's not on a post-it, as far as I can tell. It is square, so maybe it's on a post-it and I just can't tell. I will allow for that possibility, but I think this might just be a piece of digital art. I love the sort of glitched out jagged lines that appear here periodically. This little dotted line that comes up through here. Very, very cool, Rio. Here we have from Shiny... God, you know... This reminds me that I keep meaning to go back and try... Yeah, digital post-it. Oh, God. I keep meaning to go back and dig back into Cyberpunk 2077 to see if I can beat it, because I played it on release, I dealt with all the glitches, I got to the very, very last mission, and then I hit a glitch so bad that it corrupted my save game, and I couldn't finish, which was very frustrating for me. I always finish. I swear to God, it's never happened before. LAN parties make sense. At the time that Tribes 2 came out, there were no LAN parties in the area that I was at that I could go to. It was an era of multiplayer gaming where you still had to kind of, like, know people So that's probably why it didn't land as heavily for me for Gatorung. Yeah, mine was not. My neighborhood didn't know what the fuck Tribes was. 1.52 is super playable. My second run, haven't seen anything I haven't seen on a Bethesda game. Maybe I'll give it another shot, Rio. Did the Nomad ending, pretty nice. Hard to start over again, though. Yeah. The writing on all the missions was always great. It was not. You're making that up. There was no Tribes 3. I refuse to even entertain this silly notion. Shiny Mew paints. Gotta start on another Smurf to finally get my ass in gear. Gonna try a new technique with this one. Hell yeah, Shiny Mew. I'm glad to hear it. Always try new things. Always try new things. Like, if there's a technique you're interested in but you're not totally sure about, just give it a shot, because these are all tools. And every artist is not going to want to do, there's no one way to paint a model. There is as many ways to paint a model as there are people painting them. But you try them out, you take that tool, you put it in your toolbox, you know how to use it, so that if the situation comes up later, you want to just be able to pull that tool out of the box and not be left wondering what might have been. So I'm damn glad to hear it, Shiny Mew. Except for drug. No, you try some of the drugs. Maybe I shouldn't actively advocate for drug use on my channel. I'm gonna go ahead and stop that line of thought, reasoning, and advocacy right here. just so I don't get myself in trouble. Let's keep coming down. I don't believe you, White Wolf. I missed it entirely if that really happened. I remember Tribes Ascend. Here we have from Chaotic Harmony. Did a Lieutenant. See, Thunderhead, I still paint. He even streams. I can confirm he even streams. I managed to catch him around midnight the other night, up painting some Blood Angels late on the stream. These guys are looking good. Chaotic Harmony really getting some good use out of zenithal and contrast painting. This is more models than I've seen him paint at a time in a while. I love all the different texturing you have on the basing. I'm assuming we're using some more of our Rainy River designs flocking here. I like the little bit of green you have on the whatever the fuck pistol this is. I don't know. They got new stuff. Vulcanite? I think that's a thing. It's possibly a thing. God, the more time goes on, the less I know what I'm looking at when I look at 40k. It looks like you've done a little bit of freehand down here on our shield, too. On this little banner underneath the skull. That is lovely. Just lovely. Love the gold helmets. Love the freehand work, Chaotic Harmony. He painted into the morning. Well, I'm glad Chaotic's back into it. He was just wasting time on that damn foxhole for so long. Those video games will rot your brain, Chaotic. I don't know if anybody's ever told you that. Here we have from Semi-Serious Nerd. Wanted more angles of the Kit Bash Chaos War Dog, so here it is. Fully magnetized with a better and more dynamic pose. Really excited for this model. The angles help. The angles help a lot. This model is so much more dynamic than I would have given it credit for with just the one front angle. Realizing that it's built up onto its base like this, so the whole body is angled downward for a reason, because it's kind of climbing down off of something. Better view of the gun pods. I can see where you've used green stuff and possibly rollers to make some cabling in here to really sell everything. Some more green stuff in here to fix the gaps on the toes. Volkite, thank you so much. There is a lot of very, very careful conversion work being done here. And now I am very, very excited to see this painted. It's so much more dynamic than I gave it credit for with that one shot, so thank you for taking more photos. Damn. That's cool. That's cool as hell. All these night conversions these days. Tribe's Vengeance. That does sound familiar. I don't think I played it. But the Tribe's Vengeance does sound like a real thing. Here we have from Gray Mail. I think I'm just about done. Happy to receive any feedback. Did a light brown wash over the sand to knock it down a little and add some variation to it. Dwegham, thank you for the reminder. My voice is getting a little raw. Okay. These are fantastic. What? The figures bring the color to the bases. Seeing the bases on their own really doesn't sell what the final piece is going to look like on these. Yeah, he has the build of a street shark, doesn't he, Dwegham? This is... He's so angry. And he has crab claws for some reason. Just a horrible conglomeration of sea life. This guy here who just makes me think of like an Omanite. Our sawfish fellow over here, complete with tridents. This blowfish guy who's really getting ready to give it to you. You can see he's on the inhale. These are such silly little pieces. Such silly little pieces, Grade Mail. I love them. I do. White Wolf, this will be the last of it. I gotta go re-up some water. You like my goblet? I like this little goblet. It's one of my favorite things to drink water out of. Lovely. Jawsome! Oh my god. Street sharks. It's been a long time. Oh my... I see. And I'm building rats. You can tell that I am building rats in this particular rendition because of the shape of the legs. That's... No, you're right. You're right. This could be a lot worse. I have a general... Yeah, the fingers are truly unsettling. That's that unique sewer creature style. This is insane. I have a general policy against being rendered in any cartoon style, but that, broadly speaking, was to prevent being made into any kind of like chibi or Funko Pop version of me, which I find repellent. This... I'm okay with this. I'm alright with this. Me as a Ratman building more Ratmen amongst the blue glow of my office. It's definitely me rocking the glasses and the black t-shirt. That's pretty much my uniform. Well, now Blunderthud is different. That's different, because that's not like a version of my face that someone has rendered in caricature. So we turned you into an avocado mech instead. An avocado mech and a rat so far. These seem to be the winners. No, don't do that. Please don't do that. That's uncalled for. Oh yeah, well this is my webcam, because this is the frame that my webcam is in, so it has the Thunderhead logo worked right into it. In fact, we should just, like, we were talking about VTubing recently. That could be it right there. That could be my avatar. I think we might be onto something, though I truly hope we're not. Here we have from Back 40 Gamer for having not painted anything in a couple of years. Happy with how this king crab turned out. Was used in a large-scale Battle of Tukiyat event at the local FLGS. Play area was 8 foot by 24. Holy shit, okay. Well, that at least explains why you went with something so damn big. Woof, it's a good-looking print. And a damn snappy paint job, I have to say. The use of the slightly warm panel lining to kind of set off the white, I think, was a good idea. All very clean, good job on the basing. I have to agree. For not having painted something in a few years, don't call it a comeback. I appreciate the king crab for scale, by the way. That is very helpful. We got our 1-inch squares here, but be that as it may, it's much easier to visualize with something that is familiar. Kangkorb! We get a lot of king crabs around these parts. 1 or 2. Lovely. Lovely work, Back 40. This is, yeah, DFW Dwegom. This is a Battletech. Now, this is the new official model from Catalyst Game Labs for this mech, which is called a King Crab. And this is the larger scale, I have to assume, like, it has to be 3D printed. What am I saying? Why would I even doubt that? It's a 3D print of the MWO model version. Well, Back 40 Gamer, you have any pictures of our large-scale Battle of Tukiyat? Because I would love to see that. What with our Comstar double AC-20 Alpha Strike knockout crab. Like, I have my complaints about the MWO versions of a lot of mechs. The King Crab is not one of them, but you know that, Vergaderung. I think this is one of the better redesigns that they did. It's... Oof. It's good looking. I think it's better looking than this one. They kind of just took a bunch of cues from the MWO one and just kind of made them worse. Back 40 Gamer, we have a channel on the Discord called #ActionShots. If you felt like posting any pictures you have, you can do there or Big Stompy Robots. Either one of those channels would be perfectly appropriate. I'd love to see the game and hear your impressions of it. Here we have from Sahul Penu. No painting progress, so let me show off this cool book that finally came in. It is a leather-bound special edition I got. It is also signed and has cool silver edges, although I think I have my priming method down pat now. Well, that's something. Anime 5e, 5th edition fantasy role-playing adventures. 5e, oh my god, there's a slime too. Mafik, you didn't tell me that you did cover art. I joke. 5e continues to be just crazy popular. I haven't played. I'm gonna confess. I'm gonna confess right here on stream. You guys ready? I haven't played 5e. The last edition of D&D I played was 4, and it was terrible. And I haven't gotten into an actual D&D game since then. It has been a whole series of other systems, and I've always wound up DMing because that's apparently my lot in life. If anybody out there is ever DMing a game and feels like inviting me, anybody? Fucking always make me DM every stinking thing. Haven't played since 3.5 was new. Oh man, 3.5. I have very fond memories of 3.5. Here we have from Asri, Cities of Sigmar, Tempest Eye Army, and all its mediocre painted glory. Come on. Come on, Asri, don't do that. Don't do that to us, don't do that to yourself. Took this jumped up soupless to the Slambo GT when undefeated with a 4-0-1 record. My draw happened against a teammate who happens to be one of the best players in the US. Oh, you downplay your painting just to subtly pat yourself on the back for gameplay. We gave up when both of us realized it was 15 minutes after time was called and both of us wanted drinks, food, sleep, more than we wanted the win. We finished in 3rd, 4th for the tournament, right behind the 5-0s, so we know who really won that tournament. Oh, very slick. Very, very slick. I love the display board too. This is a lovely touch. But you got to do that for the Armies on Parade thing. Yeah? Running a game every other weekend. Spelljammer is going to be a thing. Well, I'm just saying. I would not be opposed to jumping into someone's game and actually getting to play a role-playing game. I have been a lifelong DM for, well, I guess it's right there in the name, isn't it? Yeah. It's just that I'm usually among my group of friends. I'm usually the one who's like, hey, we should play this game. And if you're that guy, you gotta learn the rules and you gotta run the game system. It's just the way of things. The last game I played in was back when I lived on the western slope of Colorado. I was probably 14 years old. I got to play in a game of Star Wars RPG. I can only remember 2 sessions of it. And that was half my lifetime ago. Oh my god. Oh no. This is terrible. Oh, I had a crowd on that game that ended in a draw. Everyone watching agreed we were playing the real tournament finals. The close games are way more fun. Close games are always way, way more fun than lockouts or fucking sweeps. You know? I don't like watching someone just get obliterated. I'd rather watch 2 players who are scrabbling and clawing tooth and nail for every single victory point. Gorgeous looking force, lovely display, Asri. Give yourself more credit. Give yourself more credit for the painting, man. Getting a whole army done is an accomplishment, and honestly, I think they look pretty good. I like how the basing matches the diorama board you did. Absolutely the best punished Fink. I'm the DM because I'm the best at keeping things together among my friend group, honestly. I'd love to be a player again. Yeah, I always fell into it because I was the guy pushing the games, and among my group of friends, I think I was the one who had the best understanding of how storylines should fit together. Most of the games that I wound up playing with them DMing were they just turned into... They weren't good at keeping us on task. And we were an unruly group of players who would go off in our own direction. And what was his name? I can see his face, I can't remember his name. He was the other guy who DM'd fairly regularly, and he just... Every campaign we played with him, we got off track, we got derailed, and it just turned into random bullshit sessions until inevitably we decided to move on to some other story. I don't think we ever got to the end of any story arc that he actually wrote. Those Pistoliers, they had some corners cut in their paint. Blurry picture is intentional so no one looks too close. Stories are hard. Being a DM requires you to not only have an idea of a story, which is difficult in the first place, but then to be able to adapt that story to your players and keep your players... You don't want to railroad them, but you have to corral them. It's like herding cats. In fact, herding, I think, is one of the most accurate comparisons. Automat Americana. I think it's done? Question mark. I'm Ron Burgundy. We'll find out. Pending test printing did a bunch of the usual suspects, as well as 2 jumping poses with holes in the bottoms for using a flight base. Good thinking. No Vergaderung style jump jet trails holding it up, since I designed all my models to be printed in at least 2 pieces, and those sorts of trails would render that impossible. Well, not necessarily, you know. But it's with 6 jump jets and partial wings, giving it an 8 hex jump distance. Damn. Gliding a little bit, eh? Figured I had to make it an option somehow. It was fun getting to render someone else's creation in 3D, but I'm still a nervous wreck, worried that I'm not doing someone else's baby justice. Automat, you gotta let go of that, man. I promise you. I promise you. If there's someone out there who does 2D artwork and makes designs like this, but doesn't know how to 3D sculpt, like, these look fucking great. I promise you they are just excited as hell to see this in 3D and to know that they're going to get to hold one in their hands. There are compromises that have to be made when going from 2D to 3D, and I'm sure that they recognize that. Because, like, 2D artists, they can cheat. They can do whatever the fuck they want. Nothing has to actually fit. Nothing has to make sense once an object travels behind another one. I realized this when I was sculpting my Dugram to be in the derelict, like, desert pose, the one where it's all hunched over. I realized that the 2-dimensional artist is a fucking cheater because that mech doesn't fit together that way. And we, the 3D artists, have to then fudge it to make it actually work. Good looking sculpt altogether. I like the flying version. I want to see some prints. Automat. Method is to just have a set of plot points and make the rest up on the run. Yeah, you can't be too rigid. You have to have, like, I like to have an outline. I have, like an actual outline of these are major things that I want to have happen, and then I'll usually have prompts under that. Don't write anything out fully because there's no guarantee they're going to do it. But have, like, 5 logical prompts where it's like, if the players want to do this, here's a direction you can go in. And that's usually enough for me to work with. Here we have from White Wolf, hey Thunderhead, I finally broke it out and I'm using a wet palette. Holy moly, there's even painting getting done. Out of fucking control. Look at this. Even your like painting and work area is better organized than mine. Look at this. God, it made me feel so just like a flibberty gibbet. This is such a cool model. We got some decals going down. Oh, not painting. No, White Wolf, decals. I realized, like, as I looked at it, I realized what I said, and I'm like, no, this is all decal work, and that's why the wet palette is being used. Damn, that is a fancy wet palette. I hadn't actually considered using a wet palette for decal application, but I guess that makes sense. You could put it down there and just let it soften and separate and then pick it up and actually do the transfer work. Maybe I'll try that next time. That's a good idea, White Wolf. Just, oh my god, so organized looking. You probably don't feel like it is, but compared to the chaos that I work in, let me tell you. Here we have from Nocturnal Miniatures. Started on my Emperor's Children Chaos Marine for my diorama for Armies on Parade. Thoughts? Well, my first thought is, man, you're going old school. This reminds me of, like, Emperor's Children from the 90s. People stopped doing Emperor's Children in bubblegum pink. Not entirely, obviously some people still do, but it's a bit anachronistic, and I like it. Most Emperor's Children these days are a much, like, richer sort of purple magenta, but this is, like, the gaudy bubblegum pink and black that I remember from hanging out at the game store around, like, 2002. I like it. I like it a lot. There's one thing that jumps out at me, Nocturnal. There's one thing. And you don't have to do this, but it's just something that I do. And it always makes my eye twitch a little bit. I know other people it does too. A lot of people don't give a shit about this, so you weigh how much it matters. We gotta drill our bolter barrels, buddy. We gotta drill our bolter barrels. It just, the flies, it probably isn't, like, you know, you paint a little black dot on there. It's not gonna be a big deal, but I like drilled bolter barrels, man. I don't know. It's just a personal thing. I love the golden face that we have on here. This is, I'm liking where this is going. Emperor's Children, I think my two, if I had to pick, let's see, top 5 Chaos Legions. Top 5 Chaos Legions for me are gonna be, I'm trying to be honest here, so I'm giving it a moment of thought. Emperor's Children, Iron Warriors, Word Bearers, Night Lords. Nope. Now I know why I'm thinking the whole time this sounds wrong. Bump all those down 1 because number 1 is Thousand Suns. I was like, who am I forgetting? I'm forgetting something major. So yeah, Thousand Suns, Emperor's Children, Iron Warriors, Word Bearers, and then I forgot my 4th, and I just said it. Once we get down to 5, it's kind of more flexible anyway, and I don't mind so much. Night Lords, yeah, that would be my top 5 because Thousand Suns are just so fucking awesome. But Emperor's Children are right up there, and I love that you're doing the classic, hideous bubblegum pink Emperor's Children. They're so fucking terrible looking, but they're so distinct, and I'm an old Hammer fan. I am, so I appreciate it. Fantastic back 40. I look forward to seeing them. I'll check them out after the stream. Keep a pin device on me at all times. Yeah, Asri just has like a little snap out, you know? It's like a switchblade, but it's a pin device. Chink, let me just take care of that for you. Just a little 1mm bit in there. That's the business. Yeah, when drilling, so what I do, and I did this on stream a little bit ago when I was putting together my Forge Fathers. A center punch, you can use a blade. I have a little, like, etching stylus. Anything with a good sharp point on it, just make a little divot in the center of where you're going to do your drilling and adjust it as needed to give yourself a little pilot. And that way the drill bit will just sort of set in there and it won't wobble off to the side. Still want to be careful, though. If you haven't done it a lot, Nocturnal, my advice to you is take some bolters that you're not going to use on actual minis and practice on that first. With bolters, too, you'll often want to drill in from the side. Practice on some you're not going to use to figure out which is better to do. If you drill in from the side first, you have less material to drill through from the front. So, you know, test it out, see if you like it. With some practice, it's really not hard to do. And it just punches up Space Marines, in my opinion. It makes them look just a little bit better. Just a little bit better. Drilled barrels look nice. Here we have our Mr. Altier. Don't get me wrong, I love my Wargle Boss in Mega Armor, but it just wasn't screaming Angry Viking, so I decided to redo it with a mini purchased from our friendly neighborhood streamer, Matt Yee. There are much worse sources, let me tell you. So, I introduced the leader of the Saxon Orcs, Goths, Keldrick Neckwappa. Oh my god. Forgive the bad photos, but taking photos of black is annoying. Taking photos of minis at all is difficult to do. PPS, I'm officially a university graduate now with a BA. Oh my god. Fucking congratulations, Altier. That is exciting as hell. Oh, I can dig it. I'm going to blow this up a little bit on my end. Get a slightly closer look at what we have done to this guy. Oh, I like the fur. Yeah, he's got like a shearling collar around him. Just a little bit more set. Now, yeah, this model is from Age of Sigmar, and then you've added on the fur collar, and then you've added on some of the, like, the guns, if I'm not mistaken. I don't follow the orc releases all that closely. And yeah, there's like a shotgun slung across his chest now. It's definitely helpful to crop your photos. We can get a better view of them. And, you know, I need to redo the way we do the Storm Report anyway, just so that I have more control over how I show the photos, but that's been on my list for a while. And Orc Warboss, yeah, and then you added the guns and the shearling collar around there. This is gonna look very cool. Viking Orcs, what an idea. Altair, your work so far has been fantastic. I can't wait to see these guys put together to oppose your Saxon Marines, or rather, Custodes, I suppose. Speaking of custodes, couldn't break out any lighting equipment, but here's our resident shrub toad. He likes to hide in the bushes along our walkway/driveway and jump on our feet. Oh my god. I think he's trying to get us to fall to our death. You can see the malice in his eyes. You can see the ambition. If he can pull it off, he knows that that home is his for at least a week before anybody checks. Before anybody finds out what a fat little fella. Oh my god. That's a serious toad. That's a good picture of him, too. Oh, the little color variations on his warty little exterior. That toad is ripped. Whoa! A woodhouse toad that won't shut the fuck up. Yeah. Well, you know, with the moisture we've been getting lately, too. Very movement-oriented, yes. Their entire body is pretty much geared towards that. This is all, you know what this is? This is coiled up potential energy. You may not like it. This is what peak performance looks like. He's cultivating mass, ladies and gentlemen. And one day he'll start harvesting. And then we're all in trouble. When he harvests that mass, everybody's gonna feel it. How appropriate that he should be at the end of the Storm Report. And thus the end of tonight's stream. Oh, hey, Project Dark Fox, what timing? Yeah. So, let's see who we're gonna raid tonight. Who's doing what? I'm sure we got some people out there doing some painting, doing some building, doing some art, creating something fun. Oh, Fart McButtface is on. Alar Kerensky's playing some Battletech, 46 and 2, Shorty Paint Studios, Skellabee. We just raided Skellabee, didn't we? I feel like we did. But at the same time, there isn't necessarily anyone on my list that I want to raid right now, other than Skellabee. Well, why isn't Teal Securi on? Isn't he normally on Sundays? Leaving me high and dry, Teal. That, or maybe he's starting in a few minutes. We are ending a little bit early. Let me see what Fart McButtface is up to. He is an anthropomorphized fart, which is a good time. But I don't know that he's working on anything that we want to see right now. Ugh. I do try to direct my raids in interesting and differing directions, but it seems like in just a few... Oh, I don't want to wait. I'm not just going to sit here. Shit. How we doing? How's it, how's it hanging, folks? I don't even have anything to rant about right now. I just watched, Jack the Giant Slayer, a Bryan Singer movie from, like, 2014. Nobody wants to talk about that. It's fucking old and was just okay. I don't know. I don't know, Data Nerd. Something is presumably for dinner. What do we talk about? Why don't we talk about dinner? Let's talk about dinner. Can we talk about brunch? I don't understand brunch. Nope, wait, nope, that's from Justice League. No, I don't want to do that. How's everybody doing? How are we? Are we all having fun? Right now? Awkwardly waiting for something to happen? Teals is... Oh my god, is he really? Hang on, let me make sure. Because Teal Sakiri is a great fucking painter. Oh my god, there he is. Coming to save me. From the inevitability of raiding the same person twice in a row. Praise be unto Teal Sakiri and his painting ways. Folks, you might be hanging out for just a minute while his timer ticks down. But I do always try to raid you someplace interesting and into a talented artist's stream that you might enjoy at least a little bit of quality art on any given night that you've been spending time in a Thunderhead Studio stream. So let's get that started. Folks, we're going to be back Tuesday the 24th and Thursday the 26th. It's probably all Forge Fathers. I got this tester that I was showing you earlier for our quick paint scheme for the Forge Fathers. We're just gonna be doing this. We're just gonna be doing this to as many dwarves as we can possibly get done. I got to do 20 infantry. I got to do 5 additional guys with flamethrowers. I got to do a walker, 4 big dudes, and a tank. We're just gonna see how quick we can get through it. Just bam, bam, bam. Oily speed painting. Let's make it happen. Saturday the 28th is gonna be Discord movie night. We're gonna be watching Mythica 3 and 4. If you didn't catch Mythica 1 or 2, don't worry, they're super generic, you won't miss a damn thing. They're fun movies, they got Matt Mercer playing an insane warlock, and who doesn't love seeing that? I'm pretty sure this is the precursor to Critical Role. I can't prove it, but the timing matches up. And then Sunday the 29th, we're coming back for Single Figure Focus, probably continuing our work on Phaetheon, hopefully getting him done by then. Thank you guys for joining me tonight. Thank you for the raid, by the way, Rainer, you amazing person. Thank you to my amazing mods. I gotta get going, so until next time, keep on painting.